Dear colleagues, distinguished guests and friends, we are really happy to see you, to welcome you today to the Skills for Recovery annual conference, Workforce Development for Ukraine's Path into the Europe Union. The Skills for Recovery conference brings together key stakeholders to reflect on the first year of implementation of the multi-donor initiative, share the stories of its beneficiaries, and address the pressing challenges of workforce development in Ukraine. This year's event also marks the start of a new partnership, and we are welcoming Denmark's contribution to the MDI. Governments representatives, VAT institutions, the business community, civil society, and international experts will join to highlight the initiative's achievements, explore future trends in training a skilled workforce for recovery, relevant sectors, and discuss how these efforts are contributing to a more inclusive and resilient labor market. Before we start, let me share a few practical notes. This conference is held in English and Ukrainian languages, so if you need, please use the headset for translation. Our conference takes place in a shelter, so in case of emergency, we will not need to interrupt our event. And I want you to communicate, to use networking, and to give efforts to this conference to take all the benefits of this platform. So, I think you are ready. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to say Skills for Recovery Annual Conference Workforce Development for Ukraine's Path into the European Union are open. Please, your applause. Thank you so much. And for me, it's a great pleasure to invite our distinguished speakers who will set the stage for today's discussions and give us this mood that we need. So please welcome Chairman of the Committee of Education, Science and Innovations of the Верховна Rada of Ukraine, Mr. Serhiy Babak.
Good morning, dear colleagues, dear government representatives, business representatives, esteemed guests. It's again a big honor for me to be able to inaugurate this event. I had the same opportunity last year, and at that time we were talking about our plans, about things we wanted to do, what the parliament, the government strived for, and it's a pleasure for me today to be able to know that we can already discuss some early results. In our case, it's the new law on professional education and training, recently adopted by the parliament. The committee worked on it for 5 years together with the ministry, surely. I'd like to thank everyone, all the colleagues who participated in it. There are certain positions in the law that still have to be implemented. I don't think there will be any handicaps or problems with that. We are actively working to provide necessary resource for that, but still there are things of great importance for the labor market, for the vet schools and institutions, and this primarily about cooperation between individual businesses and vet schools. Previously, we would hear a lot from businesses about their dissatisfaction with the quality of training provided in our vet institutions. No longer the case it will be, because the law says there should be supervisory boards at each vet institution featuring also business representatives. Half of the membership will be business representatives from sectors, relevant sectors, those who are to invest in this type of education and training in order to get properly qualified staff afterwards. Before we might speak about certain gifts, donations from businesses to individual institutions, Now more than that, businesses are able to directly affect the training itself, the outcomes, the management of that school. They will be better able to also affect curricula, the very training procedures. To say that it will be that institutions who will have to fine-tune their performance to what businesses need. Another important thing, actually a lot will be said about this law today. We have Deputy Minister also for this purpose with us today. Now, another component I'd like to voice up is qualification centers. Because the principle was that one set of people trains the employees and others have to assess and evaluate. Early in this war, we made certain additions to the legislation in place. We made additional bills to make sure these qualification centers exist. I'd like to thank all the line ministries, the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Economy, and so on, who participated in the setup of these centers. And even in the time of this full-scale invasion, more than 8.5 thousand new qualification certificates have been issued. Whether you've got a formal or informal or non-formal education, through these centers you are able to get proper qualification certificate to ensure you're marketable, you can find employment. And the recent law on vocational education and training has finally fully formalized this separation between VET training, VET education and qualification centers, and this will allow people to get relevant qualifications, have them certified and find employment. So again, the key philosophy behind it is getting businesses, service providers and the government closer to each other. We've already proved it. We are able to unite around our common goal, particularly when it is about defending ourselves, fighting the enemy. This is another task for us when we will need to unite for the future, for the sake of being better tomorrow. I'd like to wish you good work today. I do hope that next year we will have even more results. We will be able to talk about how this law was implemented. Thank you. Thank you. Glory to Ukraine.
Deputy Minister of Economy, Environment and Agriculture of Ukraine Олександр Циборт. Пане Олександре, просимо.
Friends, it's a pleasure to welcome you in this year's Skills for Recovery conference. Thank you to everyone who has contributed to building Ukrainians' path toward a stronger, more resilient and EU-aligned labor market. This event comes at an important moment. We mark the first year of the multi-donor initiative and the first results of transforming Ukraine's employment system. Together we are moving away from outdated paper procedures and creating a modern digital service with OBRI, a single pathway for Ukrainians enter work. What does this mean in practice? Faster and simpler employment processes, real-time data for better decisions, and budget savings that can be reinvested in people. But digitalization is only part of the story. Ukraine still faces deep labor market challenges, a large shadow economy, high inactivity, almost half of working-age people outside formal employment. Our priority is to bring them back into productive work. Through modern tools, through skills for recovery relevant sectors, and through EU-aligned employment policies. We cannot do this alone. course, and government, educations, business, civil society, and international partners. Only together can we deliver this transformation. I am confident that our joint work will speed up Ukraine's economy recovery and our integration in the European Union. Thank you for your commitment. I look forward to our discussions and the results that will follow. Thank you.
Afterwards, Deputy Minister of Education and Science of Ukraine for Digital Development, Transformation and Digitalization, Mr. Dmytro Завгородній. Пане Дмитре.
Доброго ранку.
Good.
Dear guests, it's an honor to be here today. Thank you very much for coming. And I would like to say that I can easily recall the same meeting a year ago when similar guests started this conversation, and then Serhiy Babak said that he waits for the new law on vocational education to be adopted soon, and he waits for the Cabinet of Ministers to pass its draft to the Parliament as soon as possible, and so on. So for me, this conference is like a highlight, a milestone when I can say that there is a difference between our aims and results a year ago and right now. And even with this hardest days and very hard work, we can see the results of this time, and we can see that we are moving towards our goals. And I hope that next year we will fulfill these obligations and goals that Serhiy said this morning already. I also would like to say that it would be completely impossible without your support and without the support of the European Union in the first place. Definitely believe that our obligation to pass this law and our commitment towards the goals of our European integration was one of the biggest and the biggest reasons why we are moving so fast, because it's very hard right now with all the legislative agenda to make such an efforts in such short-term timeline. So thank you very much for your support, for pushing us there, and I hope that this will be just the first step of the whole transition to the new vocational education system. Of course, I wish to say, to express our gratitude to the project and to all people who are working with this project already for a year, and welcome all of those who will join this project during the next year, because first of all, I believe that there is a lot of things to scale. We have done a lot of things during the previous phase. We have a lot of good results, and a lot of our educational institutions have benefited from the project. There are thousands of adults trained with many different professions, and we hope that these results can be easily scaled and transferred to our state institutions who can learn from it and then build an institutional frameworks on top of that results. I also see how important is the transition to more inclusive education in our institutions. And this project has done a lot in this area, and I hope that like many other institutions will benefit from this experience and will do something in order to become much more inclusive, especially for people with disabilities, veterans, and other people maybe who need this additional support in order to get these new professions. As final words, I just would like to say that there are right now huge investments and partnerships in Ukrainian economy from multiple other countries, donors, international organizations, financial organizations. And many of this support, I think the biggest fraction of this support is kind of infrastructural. We are talking about the recovery in terms of the recovery of some buildings, in some cases educational institutions, schools or hospitals. And indeed it is very important to restore buildings that were destroyed and maybe build it better. But in my opinion, there is a huge risk that we have in terms of the human capital in Ukraine and human capacity. The birth rates in Ukraine are dropping significantly for the last 15 years. People fled the country, and millions of Ukrainians are now in the European Union and in many other countries, and they continue to live. And because of the war, many people are injured or dead, and there are less and less people who can contribute to an economy in Ukraine. And I believe that it is very, very important to invest in these people, to invest in human capital and human capacities, to invest in education in terms of building new skills for these people in order for them to deliver more goods, services, products, to become more efficient, to find their purpose in this country and so on. Because without it, we will not bring an economy to its better way. Just because we do not have enough people, we are not like China or India or something else. So we need these people to be highly skilled, highly educated, in order to extract maximum from these skills into the economy. So I wish to express my deepest gratitude to all of those who are working in this field, trying to give this additional value, the skills for those people who need it. Thank you very much.
And finally, please welcome head of the section at the European Union delegation to Ukraine, Mr. Henrik Hatfield.
So, good morning, everyone. I'm really happy to be here, and their distinguished guests from Mr. Babak and deputy ministers here, so I'm very happy to see you here also together with new and old colleagues from the diplomatic community and practitioners in the fields, of course. So over this last years, Ukraine has, of course, faced significant challenges due to the Russian war of aggressions and other challenges, and I think we also felt it very close to our heart in the European EU delegation that was hit significantly last week. So we have sympathy and understanding on how bad things can be. So I think this was a really horrifying moment for us, but this is the reality that you all are living in every day. So I think, but despite this situation of the war, as was told by colleagues here earlier, so reforms are moving forward, and I think this is in these different circumstances. I think this is really important to note that the reforms are moving forward. And so there are different areas. So I think the EU accession process has been moving forward with screening meetings on education and employment in the spring last year, and they are very close policy discussions between the European Commission and the Ukrainian authorities in all these areas, as the Deputy Minister was demonstrating now on the vet law, where we've been heavily engaged in this conversation on an almost daily basis, I think, in the last month, and we're really happy to see that was now adopted. And I think this is a really strong milestone to have the vet law adopted, and it creates the conditions to further modernize the system and strengthen governance and ensure that education will be, I don't see my notes, which is bad, but this nice sound here, but okay, it will be that the education system will be more aligned with the labor market in general. I think this is really important milestones. And the EU, in our side, we have consistently been supporting workforce development in Ukraine, and it is a major priority. As you can see in the Ukraine plan, vocational education and training is the first priority within the sector of human capital. So I think this is a sign that this is a sector we're looking very closely into. It's also, as the Deputy Minister was saying, has a large impact on getting the economy going, to attract people coming back from who are now based in the EU, and especially to get investments coming into the country, which is all preconditions to get economic growth and development in Ukraine. So, in general, in this, to support these reforms and these objectives, I think we have been able to put together a very strong coalition of EU member states and donors supporting this area. And I think we should also see that it's one of the most ambitious Team Europe programs that we're having in Ukraine, especially I think it's the most ambitious new one that started after the full-scale invasion started. So this, I think, this is a major achievement, also a sign how important it is to many member states. So in this, the ongoing program today is supported by the European Union, Germany, Poland, Estonia, and now also Denmark. But there are also a number of other member states are engaged in the sector, and we are closely coordinating and working together with them. We are in the process now of looking forward what will come, how future support can look in the sector, and we foresee to have a larger intervention where a large number of member states will closely coordinate and work together with the ministry and ministries and the Ukrainian authorities in moving things forward, both when it comes to supporting reforms and supporting investment in the sector. We have transformed the reform support team in the Ministry of Education and Science from covering all different sectors and the responsibility of the ministry, now focusing primarily on vocational education and training, and we see this enforced RST to be a center for policy discussions and policy dialogue that we all can work together with, and so I think this is really important. So, but none of these reform achievements or where we are today will be possible without you, the governments, civil society, private sector, and other development partners. So it's really happy to see you all here today, and that we can work together and move things forward. Because I think this is really the essence of Skills for Recovery and work in the sector, is to work together. It's private sector working together with educational establishment, it's donors working together with the government, etc. Without that, we will not be able to move forward. So thank you, and good luck with this today.
Thank you, Mr. Hatfield, for these insights. And as I mentioned in the beginning, we're happy to announce that Denmark has just joined the Skills for Recovery initiative. And today we are able to know about Denmark's vision of supporting sustainable development of Ukraine. It's my honor to welcome His Excellency Ole Ekberg Mikkelsen, Ambassador of Denmark to Ukraine. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you very much indeed for inviting me to be present this morning to introduce Denmark's contribution to the program. And let us get the facts right. What is Denmark bringing to the table? We are bringing 2.94 million euro. I didn't bring them in cash though, but they will be transferred, don't worry. And we are supporting the program for this year and next year. And we are proud to be part of this joint initiative together with the European Union, our friends from Germany, Poland, and Estonia. Each partner brings not only financial resources, but also unique experience and expertise. And Denmark is joining the Skills for Recovery program as part of the Danish Ukraine Transition Program, which is the new country program for Ukraine, for the years 2025 until 2028. And the transition program is designed to help Ukraine recover from war, strengthen Ukraine's resilience and fighting power, and create inclusive economic opportunities, and not least to prepare Ukraine for EU accession. That's probably the main thing that we want to achieve. But why has Denmark decided to support this program? How does it fit into the overall support for Ukraine? And as many of you will know, Denmark is one of Ukraine's strongest supporters. And when asked what we do in Ukraine, I'm normally saying we're doing three things. We're doing weapons, weapons, and weapons. And this is, of course, not entirely true. It's an exaggeration. But if you look at the figures, and the figures are telling, since the full-scale Russian aggression, Denmark has supported Ukraine with 10 billion euro. 10 billion euro. Out of these 10 billion euro, 9 billion are for weapons and defense equipment. And that's the bulk of our support, and there's a very simple reason for that. Because without weapons, without defense equipment, it doesn't matter with labor market initiatives and stuff like that, because Ukraine will not be able to survive as a free and sovereign nation. And that's our number one goal leading our efforts in relation to Ukraine. But we're also doing important civilian programs. Some of you will know that Denmark has adopted the patronage for the rebuilding and reconstruction of the city and the Oblast of Mykolaiv, and this was suggested back in 2022 by President Zelensky when he spoke online to our parliament. In the darkest hour of the Russian aggression, the Russians were actually literally at the gates of the city. They were about to move on. Luckily, they were stopped. And our Prime Minister came to Kiev a couple of weeks later. I was present on that occasion, and since then, a strong partnership has developed with the local, regional, and national authorities, aiming at stabilizing this frontline city and this frontline oblast. And we have established an embassy office in Mykolaiv to support the partnership. And re-establishing social and physical infrastructure, not least the water supply, has been a main priority, but also bringing back economic life by helping enterprises getting back in business, because I still remember my first visit, that this was the message I got all the time. We want to earn our own money. We don't want to be dependent on aid, and one day it will stop, and as we have seen recently, that can happen. So that's the biggest wish, not only in Mykolaiv, but I think across Ukraine, to be able to earn their own money, and this is what we're trying to help them to achieve. And relevant skills and human capital are crucial components for the social and economic recovery progress. And when we talk about recovery, we often talk about reconstruction. We very often talk about physical infrastructure, bridges, roads, buildings, and these are, of course, important. But behind every bridge, behind every school, and behind every enterprises that are getting back in operation, there are people. Workers, skilled people who master a profession, who can find jobs that can support their families, and who can choose whether to return to their hometown or to settle somewhere else. And this is the real engine of recovery, not just reconstruction of bricks and mortars, but the reconstruction of lives. And this is what we are trying to achieve in our civilian programs, not only in Mykolaiv, but throughout Ukraine. And I've spent a lot of time in Mykolaiv. That's my second home, so I have a lot of experience there. And one of the things we have been trying to do is to getting the tomato industry back in operation. And you can ask me any question about tomato production. I can probably answer it, but this is an important industry. And once the tomato processing plants were back in operation, workers started to come back, and then they brought their wives and kids, and this has been a real success story. And we found out that it is not enough just to have jobs. You also need to have shelters for the kids, because families will not come back if they have to do online schooling for their kids. They're fed up with that. And this has brought back life to small borderline communities where the tomato processing plants are located. But it's also obvious, it is also our experience that there are immense challenges on the Ukrainian labor market, and the lawmakers and vice ministers who addressed us pointed to some of them. And one thing that we faced in this tomato industry is that many workers were mobilized, because if you're a good tractor driver, you can also drive an armored vehicle. So they were drafted into the armed forces. So we've been supporting training of female tractor drivers, because females can also drive a tractor. That's not a problem. I visited the vocational training center in the small community called Skills4Recovery, which is my favorite community in Mykolaiv. And I've met the students. I was really impressed by their engagement and the importance and their driving skills, not least. And it's a very concrete example of the importance of labor market flexibility and of providing relevant skills for economic recovery. Another example, and this is again from Mykolaiv, is the training of technicians for the renewable energy sector. Denmark is heavily involved in the development of wind energy in Mykolaiv Oblast. It's very windy there. Those of you who have been there will know that it reminds of Scandinavia. It's very windy, so it's good for wind power. But to harvest this potential, the industry needs specialized technicians who can install the wind turbines, can climb the towers and fix the nacelle, and those kind of skills are in short supply. So I would really encourage the program to look at how this can be alleviated, and it will be good not only for Ukraine's recovery, but also for Ukraine's green transformation. So there are many good reasons for Denmark to support the Skills4Recovery program. And there are many ways in which Ukraine can achieve more labor market flexibility and, first and foremost, an increase in the labor supply, because as some of you said, this is the main challenge. It's a challenge that we're facing as well. So one of the elements could be increased labor market participation by women, by veterans returning from service. And just as an anecdote, I was in Copenhagen last week attending a big defense fair, the biggest in Scandinavia. There were about 60 Ukrainian companies represented, and many of them had actually sent veterans because they could not be on the front line, but now they are being employed by Ukrainian startups in the defense sector, and they bring valuable experience, and they have been on the front line. So this is a resource that should definitely be tapped. People with disabilities can also be a source for the labor force, and not least senior citizens who still have the capacity and the desire to work. And Denmark is known for its flexible and inclusive labor market and a very high labor market participation. And just to mention one example, around 60% of persons with disabilities in Denmark are actually on the labor market, 60%. This is way up. Just 10 years ago, it might have been 20%. So policies that encourage people with disabilities to be part of the labor market, support programs, can actually bring them into the labor market. And it's not only a question of earning a salary, they could get a pension, but most people would actually prefer to work, to have colleagues, to be in a workplace. They can maybe not work full time. Maybe they can work 10 hours, maybe they can work 20 hours, maybe they need a special support, maybe they need transportation, but these are things that can be addressed. Denmark also has a high and increasing labor force participation among its senior citizens. It's a trend deliberately supported by government policies encouraging senior citizens to remain in the workforce, maybe not full-time, maybe part-time, maybe with longer vacations, but it's possible, and it's a huge source of work. And finally, Denmark has a strong tradition of retraining programs for workers in declining industries, so they can work in new areas. For instance, when shipbuilding declined in Denmark, many workers were retrained to work in the wind industry, which is booming now and where there's a huge lack of labor. And this is supported through a mix of government-funded programs. Our system really focuses on continuous lifelong learning, for instance, through grants for adults, initiatives to improve digital skills, and support for unemployed individuals via training leave and wage-subsidized employment. So let me conclude by saying that my hope is that Denmark's support for the Skills4Recovery program will not only be financial, I hope it will also be inspirational. And once again, we're happy to join. We're happy to join with our friends. We look forward to work with you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Denmark's support is a real example of solidarity and true partnership in action. So now, let's talk about concrete outcomes of the Skills for Recovery multi-donor initiative and its outlooks for the future. Please welcome Program Director at GIZ, Michael Paulo, and Country Director at the Solidarity Fund Poland, Paweł Kost. Gentlemen, the stage is yours. Нам потрібен клікер, будь ласка.
We need a clicker.
Dear participants, it's our pleasure to present the progress we made in the last year with Skills for Recovery. This is Paweł Kost, the country director of the Polish Solidarity Fund, and myself, program director of GIZ, and we are jointly implementing Skills for Recovery. Before I start, I would also like to welcome the school managers and teachers of our 65 pilot schools. They are among us. They had long ways from cities like Kharkiv, Odessa, and Lviv. You are part of the community, and we are really happy that you are here today. I would like to now take you on a journey to how everything started. In 2023, it became apparent that Ukraine has a challenge with the labor market. As the previous speaker already told you, it was apparent that there are not enough workforce and that the people in the labor market not had the right skills and competencies. This was the time when Germany initiated Skills for Recovery, and we started supporting 20 training providers. In the following year, exactly 1 year ago, we started or we extended the program, and other partners joined, the EU, Estonia, and Poland. And with the additional funding, we were able to scale our support and to reach out to further pilot schools. I would also like to mention, I think Mr. Babak and Dmitry Zagorodny already mentioned this, also the framework has changed in the last year. With the Ukraine plan, the new WED law was developed and passed, and also the employment strategy is under development. From this year onwards, we also started jointly the implementation with the Polish Solidarity Fund and with the Estonian NGO Mondo. In this year, we are happy that Denmark is really joining the program. Denmark is not only bringing in funds, but also brings in certain expectations into the program to further scale up, to further invest into our priority sectors, such as agriculture, logistics, and manufacturing, and to particularly target vulnerable people and to help them to go back into the labor market. Skills for Recovery supports training providers across Ukraine on how to better respond to the labor market needs. And the insights are gained and are fed directly into the policy process. And as I mentioned already, there are two direct policy frameworks which are important to the program and to which it directly contributes. The first one, Dmitry already mentioned, it's the WED law. It's about bringing and capacitating schools to act independently and autonomously to what the labor market needs in the region. It's about granting them a greater autonomy, allowing them to get incomes also from employers and other sources, to strengthen inclusions and offer more training programs to adults. It's also about expanding the cooperation with employers and to make them an integral part of the training system. And it links the public funding to schools also closer to their performance. On the other side, we have the employment strategy for which the Ministry of Economy is responsible. There we have clearly signs or there are areas where the program is contributing. It's about strengthening more flexible training programs for adults. It's providing targeted programs for vulnerable groups, IDPs, veterans, but also women, everybody who can support companies and stabilizing Ukraine's economy. And we are also there supporting employers to train their workforce in partnership with education providers and expanding career guidance and job placement services. I think Henrik also mentioned that EU integration is really also a part where the program is providing support and input in the screening and the follow-up processes. Here it's about aligning qualifications and standards. It's about strengthening quality assurance and also ensuring lifelong services. This was now a little bit the theoretical framework of our program. I would now like to hand over to you, Pavel, to explain a little bit how are we doing this.
Does it work? Yes, it works. Okay, good morning to everyone. And I would like to underline that under our joint initiative, we take a bottom-up approach. First, we implement pilot projects. Then we are identifying and selecting best practices. And then we are scaling them up. Very easy mechanism, but what is also crucial is that in parallel we are sharing our fundings with our colleagues and partners from ministries, from agencies here in Kyiv, and from Parliament as well. And we consider it as our contribution to policy development. As for now, we have a number of achievements. You can see it on the slide. And when it comes to piloting phase, we can say that more than 2,500 people were trained through inclusive work-based approach. More than 1,100 principals and teachers trained in school management inclusion. And we are very close to reach 42 curricula in manufacturing that will be modernized. When it comes to policy advisory work, I would like to stress on online platform for veterans and database tool on training providers to make data-driven policy that under this initiative were established, and also our experts contributed to development of vet law and employment strategy, as well as to development of regulatory framework and teaching tools for career consulting. Please, you can see on the map the geographical scope of our activeness, and please pay attention that we are operating in almost every oblast of Ukraine, and we do not avoid regions that are very close to the line of contact. Sumy, Kharkiv, Dnipro, and other regions that are very close to the front line. For us, it's a special honor to be there, to work on making Ukrainian resilient more strong, and development of human capital there is especially important for us. Thank you, and you can see also the number of the whole providers that we are cooperating with. It's on the slide as well. Thank you.
We would now like to also explain what we would like to do in the next year, because the first year is always a little bit of planning, agreeing on things, selecting training providers. And I think we made a huge step forward. I would just like to mention that more than 300 training providers applied for support, and these 65 were selected among them because they were the strongest ones in the sector we are working with. Coming to GIZ, and what we are planning to do in the next year is we would like to train people. Yeah, we would like to really encourage employers to be part of the training. We do capacity development in schools and train them in areas like school autonomy, inclusion, and digitalization. We would like to support, and we are planning to do this, to train staff of the State Employment Service to better advise and support vulnerable groups on how to re-enter the labor market. And of course, the new vet law is a point. And we are also working then in replicating the best practices. So 100 more training providers will be supported throughout the country to implement the best practices developed by the program.
When it comes to Polish contribution, we are working with both adults and young people, but Poland is focusing on initial vocation education. From the practical point of view, it means that we are equipping schools, we are training teachers, and the numbers of both schools and teachers are regularly growing. And last but not least, we are we are opening new possibilities for veterans, for IDPs, for women, for people with disabilities. You can see the figures that we are going to achieve during the next year. 2,100 persons will complete vocational training. At least 100 partnership agreements between schools and employers will be implemented. 42 modernized curricula, as I mentioned on the one of the previous slide. 100 school career counselors will be trained, and 1,300 persons will complete work-based training in companies.
Beyond the figures, there are of course people who receive support from Skills4Recovery. Each photo on this slide represents a person which received with support of the program, but of course with support of vet schools and training centers, further training possibilities. We have, for example, Volodymyr Lega, an ex-combatant from the Kiev region. Yeah? We have Irina Ishenko, a young woman who went into a technical profession. So we have a lot of stories and faces behind Skills4Recovery, and I would just like to pick out one. At the center, I want to share the story of Lyubov from Vinnytsia, and together with her husband, a veteran, she joined a learning program and got trained as a vehicle repair mechanic. Lyubov already felt in love with repairing cars and had some experience in the auto part business. And this new qualification is now helping her family to start a small enterprise. For her, the training meant more than acquiring skills. It gave her confidence, a plan for the future, and the chance to support her family's reintegration after the war. I'm happy that in our technical blocks after this opening session, we have a lot of more opening stories from the program. We will have a businessman talking why he's engaged in vocational education and training. We have a representative of a business association saying why they are building structures with vocational education providers. And we will also have a veteran talking about his way back to civil life.
And colleagues, partners and friends, we had only 10 minutes with Michel, so it's impossible to describe all our logic and results. If you are interested in more details, please follow up with our sites in social media. You can find it. You can find out more about our activities. Thank you for your attention, and have a nice day and safe.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for these insights. Please take your seats in our audience room. Well, now we have a couple of minutes to transform our stage because we are preparing for our first panel discussion. If you want to know, we will talk about workforce development to Ukraine's path into the European Union, and we will talk about different aspects of that. Before we start, we will transform this stage, and we'll need to have one more chair, please. So I want you to remember that today we have so different audience, and today we have representatives of Ukrainian labor market from all the sides, actually. And the messages that you want to give to the audience, they can touch all the sides of labor market, VAT providers, government, donors, business, all are here. So I think our stage is almost ready. Нам треба ще один стілець тільки, щоб їх 4 було, будь ласка. And please, I have an honor to welcome our participants of the panel discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, Deputy Minister of Education and Science, Mr. Dmytro Завгородній. Пане Дмитре, будь ласка. Development Counselor of the Embassy of Poland, Artur Grossman. Mr. Grossman. Deputy Head of Mission of the Embassy of Estonia in Ukraine, Vahur Susar. Mr. Susar, please. I will take place with you on the stage. And to open the discussion, I would like to invite Development Counselor of the Embassy of Germany in Ukraine to share his introductory remarks, Mr. Jens Busma. Mr. Busma, please, you're welcome.
Vice ministers, friends, colleagues, practitioners in the field, a very warm welcome also from my side to this important event, and I'm very happy that I have the honor to open this high-level panel on workforce development in Ukraine. And this is actually my first appearance since I took office as head of cooperation at the German embassy beginning of this week, and I hope I can do my part to support the development of this beautiful country under the most difficult circumstances. As we have already heard, workforce development is a key factor of Ukraine's recovery, reconstruction, and EU accession. And as we've also heard, Ukraine faces both a labor shortage and also a skills mismatch, especially concerning modern technical, digital, and green skills. So the government of Ukraine, as we heard from the Vice Minister, has rightly acknowledged workforce development as a key priority on its reform agenda. The new law on vocational training, education and training is there, while the Ministry of Economy is working on the development of a national employment strategy. So what is the German perspective? We have supported Ukraine's VT sector since 2017 because skills are definitely the backbone of economic growth and stability. And I think that Germany's dual model shows that companies must be partners in training, shaping curricula and offering work-based learning opportunities, and just as it is will be provided by the new law that we have been heard a lot about today already. So that works best when schools and business train together. In addition, in 2024 at the Ukraine Recovery Conference in Berlin, the Skills Alliance was launched together with the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine to bring together government, business, and education to better match training with labor market needs in Ukraine and for Ukrainians abroad. And so far, the 79 members organization of the Alliance have been supporting the training of 275,000 Ukrainians. Another aspect that I wanted to mention is mutual learning. You know that Germany itself faces labor shortages in sectors like technical professions, healthcare, IT, and from Ukraine we can actually learn valuable lessons. One is about resilience and adaptability, so people retrain quickly in difficult circumstances, and also the digital openness. Ukraine's rapid adoption of digital tools in education is really impressive. So we support Ukraine as Germany, but Germany also learns from Ukraine. And also important to mention, as we are going to hear from representatives from different EU member states who are engaged in Skills for Recovery. For example, Poland, that has successfully engaged business in the VT during EU accession, or Estonia pioneered the use of digital tools and innovation to modernize VT, and also Denmark, we just heard, successfully integrated vulnerable groups into the labor market. So to conclude, EU accession offers a unique opportunity and creates momentum to reform. Ukraine's VT system. Measures such as granting VT schools greater autonomy, advancing digitalization, and strengthening cooperation with business are essential to ensure progress. And I now look forward to hearing the panel's insight on how Ukraine can further address its labor shortage and skills mismatch in practice and secure the future of its workforce. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pusma. So, I think it's time to open our panel discussion, or as we say in Ukraine, VYO. Thank you for being here, to find the time for our conversation, and actually it's a great honor for me to be on the same stage with the so highly ranking speakers. Thank you so much to being here today. And can you provide please a timer for us? We have a short time, so apologize, I can violently interrupt you in your speeches. It may be, but it's not necessary, I think. Today we will try to concentrate on the three topics, addressing the storage of skilled workers in Ukraine, helping youth and adults find professional pathways in a changing labor environment, and aligning Ukraine system with European Union standards and the benefits that brings. I have some questions in the script for you, but if I can throw it away, it's okay. But first of all, let's notice that the topic of our discussion is the workforce development in the light of Ukraine's European Union accession process. So I just want to give you three simple questions. Where, how, and what? And maybe when. Where do we need to put our efforts? How do we need to do it? And what do we need to get? And maybe when we need to get it? So, Mr. Zavorotny, Dmitro, maybe you will start with the vision from inside Ukraine.
Okay. Thank you. I believe that while today there are many representatives of vocational schools and colleges all over the country, it would be better to use this opportunity to explain what are the next steps that we are facing right now, what would be the next phases of the transformation that are coming in the nearest years that will, I believe, together develop and implement. So first of all, in the nearest month, I hope that after the signing and adoption of the new law, there will be some new legislation in place. And as Serhiy Babak said today, you will need to establish a supervisory boards together with your business partners and representatives of local communities and regional authorities, in order for every school, every vocational school to have this supervisory board in place. Afterwards, we will have a need, and we will work together with many partners to train those representatives of supervisory boards and to show them what are their new role all over the country in order for them to get through all the curriculums, all the learning programs that are in every school and to adapt it to their own needs, to the new professional standards, to their expertise and so on. So we believe that in parallel we will implement the new legislation in order to liberalize the process of adopting licenses and everything else in order to introduce new professions into our schools, new curriculums, which would be much easier to put in place. And these new supervisory boards, they are going to be the in charge of this introduction in their own schools. So this would be, I think, like the first major phase, which will take at least a year, maybe more, for our schools to pass through this first phase of the transformation, and for businesses to become much more engaged in the curriculum design. So we hope that this will bring us not only new professions, but the revision of all the curriculums, of all the structure of what are our students learning right now. There also will be in place the new process of
putting the head of the school in charge, and the supervisory board will be highly in charge of this process. So I hope that maybe during this phase of the first transformation, the first years, a lot of new managers will come to their management positions because of this push from the business side to transform curriculums and to transform the strategies of these institutions, their financial plans and everything else. Then there will be much harder transformation in place, the start of the transformation of their management and finances, which much more complicated, and I believe that this is the matter of the responsibility of the Ministry of Education together with reform support team, with other partners, to establish this legislative framework during nearest month in order for everybody to understand how and what are the new possibilities that our institutions might have. All these possibilities will be in place in order to help institutions to, let's say, sell or to provide their services for more audience, not only to work with students or with this shrinking amount of enrollment for students from schools, but also to give their services for businesses, for adults, veterans, to work closer with the State Service of Employment and other stakeholders. This is very important for us, and we believe that these new possibilities that are going to come will help institutions to focus on this area as well.
Thank you, Dmitro. And so we have efforts to involve new management. We have 1 year. We have a lot of work to do. And actually, I just want to ask audience to welcome Dmitro also with this new VAT law. It's a big effort and a big, actually, that's a big thing that we have. So welcome, please. It's a great thing, actually. This new law. It was cost a lot. Mr. Grossman, actually, the way of question is the same. So I just want to ask you to see to give us highlights from vision of your perspective. So with this news about new VAT law and with your experience, actually. When Poland was on this track to the European Union, about the efforts, when, where, and what we need to do from your side?
My experience. Well, 25 years ago when I graduated university, literally 95% of my friends flew out the country in a week. To Germany, Great Britain, Ireland, anywhere. So this is my experience, yes? You see the similarity, yes? And then we had to cope. So they literally voted with the legs, yes? What do they want to achieve in their lives, yes, at the moment? We had 20% of, the rate of unemployment was 20%, and in the youth sector, it was even greater. So we kind of coped with the problem in a week, yes? And it was a kind of bad way to do this, yes? But it happened. And then Poland used several various instruments to rebuild the labor market that changed in a week, yes? The first thing was probably the most important, the self-government reform and the decentralization process that is happening. And we're helping in this since 2014 mostly, in which schools and self-government bodies are fully responsible for curricula and for the direction of their development, including TVET and all of this stuff. So we kind of copy this approach here in our part of the Skills for Recovery, where in 25 local grant schemes, we are building coalitions with employers and schools and communities and students, and they are building the curricula. They are building. They are choosing which direction and which occupations they will support. And you will hear some stories from Sergei later on here. Stay tuned. So, but my personal experience is also that when I graduated, I came to the labor office, which is called unemployment office in Poland also. And I asked them, what can I get, yes? So they asked me to register, technically, yes, as an unemployed person. And I got my first laptop. To youth participants, not everybody had a laptop those times, and everybody had even smartphone, yeah? So my first laptop, my first projector, my first I built an education business on that, yes, training business. But 5 years before that, my neighbor became a carpenter after his technical school. So when I got my first laptop, he already had a house built, yes, and 2 children, and a car, yes. And now
please don't be jealous.
And now his kids are graduating technical schools again, and they have cars, yes, and they are working. So I lost like 5 years, yes, and I'm still learning, yes. So, and he has grandkids, yes. So by then, in the end of 90s, 10% of Polish pupils were choosing TVET schools. Now this is 50%. That's a huge change in perspective, in perception of technical schools. Yes, this is first thing. This is second thing. Autonomy, perception. The third thing is engagement of employees. Yes, both in financing, in incentives for employers, in incentives for schools that are given based of performance, based of skill needs surveys, based of an exams, based of the rate of employment of the graduates. Yes, so the rate of engagement of employers is huge now in Poland, and this is almost a dual education scheme. And the fourth element is probably the most important, the financing scheme. I mean the technical one, yes, that used both the national part. I got my laptop for the national program, but also the huge EU funding at the time, yes, that was measured in billions. It was the biggest human capital, I mean the TVET support, yes, it was the biggest human capital investment in Poland from the European Union side. And it was very important because it changed the schools and changed the perspective and changed the perception of parents, yes, that were more eager to send their beloved children to technical schools. So that were crucial things, and we try to popularize that approach here. We would be very eager to help here with the harmonization of the law, as you said, with the European procedures. We already did it with the classification of occupations, that it's also adopted. This is the second law that is very important and adopted in this year already, and we would like to help with harmonization with EU acquis, with several chapters. We do it now in, for example, regional policy, and I see the great work on this. Poland, as a biggest beneficiary of those EU programs, the human capitals including, has a great experience in changing the whole system from the ground, from the very grassroots level. And I feel I see a big potential here in Ukraine in this. And we saw that on those conferences, the kickoffs on our grant schemes. Yes, literally all major local employers were there and waiting for those graduates. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grossman. So, honorable audience, choose to be a carpenter, not to study a lot. Actually, I just want to share with you some insight that I was just had yesterday while talking with HRD of one big trade market supermarket vendor. So sometimes we have a good plans, but it comes with not so good results. Our new law that give rights to leave the country people 22 years and lower to the men 22 years and lower. This supermarket was now in a catastrophic situation because 3,000 of employees just leave them in one day. And we need to remember that in Ukraine, when you go to some shop and talk with salesman or girl, you can be sure that this young man or girl in 22, 21 year already graduated and have bachelor or magister. So this is about VAT schools and importance of VAT schools and this track. And Mr. Zahorodny, as we talk about actually VAT law, but Mr. Grossman said good things. What about financing? We should involve new management, but where can we get the finance? Because Denmark gives us money for the weapons. We already know that. So where can we get the financing?
Okay, first of all, we appreciate that the money goes to the military, and we think that this is the biggest importance. So we thank Denmark for this very much. Yes, so first of all, I would like to say that many of you know, many of the institutions know that the amount of finance which goes to vocational education through the last of the years is growing. It's not growing so significantly as it should be, but for instance, in comparison to other sectors of education, or if we calculate it on a matter of one student, this amount is like much bigger than we spent on school education or colleges, and it even competes with our spendings on the university education. We believe that the decentralization of financing of vocational schools has brought like bigger amount of funds to these vocational education institutions. And we see that this amount is growing while the government is putting more money in the capital expenditures, in the infrastructure. We have built a lot of new laboratories and workshops through the last 2 years, and I would like to say that the next year the budget for this investments in infrastructure will be at least 2 times bigger than this year. So it's very good news that we have right now. We hope that it will pass the parliament through the budget process for the next year, but really hope to invest more because we cannot, let's say, advertise this education while the product is still outdated and there is no like new equipment or the dormitories are outdated and something like this. So we need to prepare this new facilities, and of course together with our partners. But there are two other things in place that are going on. The first one is an optimization of the network of these educational institutions. We still have like half of all our vocational schools that are relatively super small and definitely would not survive during the next like decade. Just because we do not have enough students, even potentially, even with all the adults and all the students who are going to choose vocational education instead of going to university, there is too many of these vocational schools. And if we compare it to how it works in the European countries, for instance, we were in Switzerland in vocational school, relatively same size as ours, but when ours is having something around 600 students, vocational school in Switzerland can have 3,000. Just because they have dual educational programs, and most of the time these students spend their learning process on the factory or somewhere else where they can be trained, not in the facility of this school. So yes, the dormitory is much bigger than ours, and the infrastructure is much better. But I believe that if the same amount of funds would be spent on the less amount of institutions, with the same amount of students, we will get much better results, much better infrastructure, better salaries, and higher outcomes. So this optimization is going to be needed. We are working with our regional authorities on this, and we understand that this need to be implemented strategically and with calculated consequences on the professions and shortage that might exist if some institutions will be just shut down. But this definitely will be something that will happen in parallel with all the investments. So as I say to our European partners, our strategy is to invest in the best and close the rest.
Thank you so much. And about decentralization and this new management that we can involve to the process. Actually, the business in the region want to have skilled young people as employees, and sometimes they have money to give you to train this skilled young worker. And about the experience of Vahur, let's talk about Estonia's VAT reforms and experience of Estonia in digital tools, in innovation. So maybe you can give us some highlights with Estonians' experience that we can take in Ukraine experience.
Thank you very much. At first, I would like to start with my own experience, which unfortunately or fortunately is not so colorful as my Polish colleague has. My educational path was rather smooth, but maybe somewhat dull. From secondary school to high university and then to work. However, as I graduated in Tallinn Technical University as civil construction engineer, but quite soon after the graduation, I started my work in the Estonian Foreign Service. So this means that there are maybe a lot of questions that why so or why not, but this also shows that one of the key principles in even VAT is a lifelong learning process. What concerns a bit history, then in early 90s, there was a rather, in the early 90s, there was a rather pressing need for qualified labor force in different areas as there was very rapid change in structure of economy in Estonia. We had very outdated curricula, also competencies were low, and cooperation with employers was weak. So it's quite similar what is going on here in Ukraine. Of course, the reasons are different, but the result is quite the same. And thus, there was a need in Estonia to establish a flexible, innovative, and labor market-oriented VAT system in our country. And here, I only can repeat the words of deputy minister that the most important reform was to optimize the number and curricula of VAT system in Estonia, because we had the same situation as now in Ukraine, that there were so many small and maybe inefficient vocal education establishments which we need to reform and to bring the efficiency. So the goal we are here is I mean, from the Skills for Recovery, is to help Ukraine to develop VAT as the first choice for learners in Ukraine, which is to become modern, digital, and respected, and so to become a genuine engine for economic recovery in Ukraine and also EU integration. One of the important things or developments, or goals actually, we have to bear in mind is certainly digitalization, also adaptability, as I said already, lifelong learning, and interdisciplinary skills. These all help both students and teachers as well. Creating innovative, dynamic, and personalized learning environments based on needs of labor market help directly to address the current lack of skilled labor force in Ukraine. We need to be adaptable and creative, as that fosters resilience in a volatile labor market. According to Estonia's experience, digital competencies and preparing students for flexible work arrangements also increase that resilience. In terms of digitalization, then in 90s we established and developed a Tiger Leap initiative, which was at that time the first step for digitalization through the computerizing schools on all levels, and to give this competence to both students and teachers. Today we have one more very big and important aspect, and this is artificial intelligence. And the biggest challenge for us all is how to use the artificial intelligence in the learning process in different levels of education. In Estonia, we recently launched kind of new level of this Tiger Leap, which you called now the Artificial Intelligence Leap Initiative. And the goal of that is to give our students the necessary skills and means to use AI in a smart and meaningful way. This Artificial Intelligence Leap initiative is also a part of the conceptual transformation of learning processes, aimed at responding to the changes in the society in a way that supports learners and also teachers. However, we all are struggling in determining the role and framework of the artificial intelligence in education systems. It would be extremely valuable to exchange our experience and plans in this field. And I do hope that this is also one maybe future field for our common cooperation.
Thank you, Vahur. Thank you so much. And thank you. In the end of our panel discussion, I think that all that we talk about is about fear. Fear that we have a new law, fear that some schools will be closed, fear that we will have this new management, fear that we will not have investment. But in Ukraine we say, when your eyes are afraid of something, your arms are working with something. So just close your eyes and do it. Talk to government. This decentralization, I think it's useful. You can talk to your government. The financing of the government will 2 times increased. It's a good news. Business donors, they are here. But please forget about to paint the walls in your school when you don't have digitalizing classrooms. It's a bad idea. Put the efforts where you need to put it, put the efforts in those aspects that will give your students benefits, not only with a good new paint on the walls or new flowers in front of the school. And in that way, this fear can disappear. Yes, we will be transformation, we will be changing. But VAT schools will be, I think, as our speakers told us, I think they will be much more important in the future. And actually, I believe that a lot of young people will forget about to go study and take some specialization of some management, and will be choosing carpenter because it's maybe sometimes it's a better choose, a better future, and a better, biggest respect of the community that you have. Thank you so much for this panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, just to remind you, Dmytro Zavgorodny, Deputy Minister of Education and Science of Ukraine for Digital Development, Digital Transformation and Digitalization. Artur Grossman, Head of Development Cooperation at the Embassy of the Republic of Poland in Kiev. And Vahur Susar, Deputy Head of Mission at the Embassy of Estonia in Ukraine. Thank you, gentlemen. And let's take a 10-minute break for coffee and fresh air, and then we will go back with first personal story of success. Welcome back, everyone. Move on. Let us start part one. It was before that. It was the intro part. Now we have a part one, from skills mismatch to growth. And first of all, we want to share you with some story that want to explain you why a big business, why big companies choose to participate in business-led work-based training, how this approach creates benefits both for companies and employees on the places. Ladies and gentlemen, we are happy to invite to our stage head of MHP громади to the stage Олександр Пахулюк. Пані та панове, вітаємо. Олександр Пахулюк, голова фонду МХП громаді.
Hi, вітаю.
Hi everyone.
This event. I was asked to speak English, so I will try to. My English is not so perfect, but I will try. So, at first, if we're speaking about development of the workforce, we have to understand the issues with retaining this workforce. And as I was planned, I have to have a video on the beginning, but anyways, I will try to explain my thoughts, and the video might be played. So, as the company MHP has 3,000 men currently in a service. It's approximately 10% of all employees that we have. So we have to understand how to retain them and how to guarantee that this workforce potential will be at our service when the war will be ended. So that is why in 2023 we established the MHP Poruch. It's an Ukraine program, or MHP Nearby in English. That the program that initially helped these people to live on with their service. We trying to help them with the equipment, maybe some gear and some other. We stay with their positions and we continue to pay their salaries. So it costs us more than 2 billion of hryvnias at the moment, but we knew that 10% of our potential workforce will be with us. Second, our thought, it was like, okay, and who will work with communities, with gromadas in Ukraine? And we think that we have production, whether or agriculture sector, in 136 different gromadas. It's more or less 700 villages or towns in Ukraine. And we understand that our business, our work can't be in the vacuum. We cannot succeed when the communities in which we are working are not successful. That is why we understand our goals and we try to establish, together with the partners such as UNDP, establish programs and to show that proactive position are beneficial for all of us. Our proactive position is to go to the schools and show kids that their problem won't disappear if they go to study in Kyiv or any other big city in Ukraine. They have to be proactive and solve their issues. And together with partners, we teach them how to facilitate their issues, how to put them on a paper and come to us for help to solve them. So we established the grants for school kids, and we see that they are very good and they give us a good perspective in the future. Then we understand that our workforce is mainly our problem. We don't have to wait where the government give us the tools. We don't have to wait while the state authorities help us. We come to the colleges, we came to other schools and establishing the dual education programs. We try to show them that there is a future even if you're not the lawyer or manager or any other so-called popular specialty. We want you to be where you are, where your family is, and have a great salary that gives you great perspective for the lives. That is why this is students that we involved in our business came to us to work, and for these years we already have 2,000 students that came to us. We have 800 students that we involved with the dual education program. Starting from the third year of education, we bring them to work and they get their money and they work and get their experience. Already we have this video, and this show one of our veterans that were in the military for 8 years, and then due to his healthcare problems he was dismissed from the military, and now he learned how to work with drones in the field. All of the people that you see now, they're veterans, and we give them perspective. We give them possibility to work and to be part of something bigger. But we not finished with the colleges. We understand that communities, are way more complex structure, and our approach have to be complex as well. That is why we have our mutual educational course with State Employee Agency, and Yulia Zhovtyak, you will see her in a few moments today. We together make this course and make it available for all of people who wants to be successful. For entrepreneurs, this is courses that give them possibility to open their businesses. For people who already established their businesses, they can use it to have help from the state or whether from the funds, because we teach them how to put their issues, how to put their thoughts into application, and how to succeed with these applications. So as a result, we see that we have to think wider. We have to understand that success of the country, success of our own stories are fully depend on us. And I was asked to share the personal story. So I'm a master of engineering. I have a good degree and best job in the world, as far as I think. So I was working in aircraft industry. I was having a good time before 2018, because COVID hit the aircraft industry very much. And I have to reskill. And thanks to the programs of reskilling, I was able to go to the IT sector. So from 2018 to 2022, I was IT specialist. And again, I was thinking that this is the best day of my life. But then when the full-scale invasion hits, I was drafted to Territorial Defense Forces, and for 1 year I was in service. And after that, due to my healthcare conditions, I had asthma. I was released, and but at this moment I realized that I wanted to help people. So again, I have to reskill. Second time in my life, I have to go to complete other world, because the charitable foundation and all of what connected with this are nothing like engineering or nothing like IT. But my previous experience gave me possibility to growth. Show me how you could be efficient in new way. And thanks to my employees, thanks to my team, they taught me how to be efficient. They taught me what it is to help people. And I'm glad that I could proceed with this, and right now we could beneficially, mutually work to make Ukraine prosperous and resilient. And once again, I said, our charitable foundation and our strategical partner MHP, not about the land, not about the walls, paint and everything else, as we said. We about the people. because people makes communities, communities makes Ukraine. So think about how you can support and be resilient. Slava Ukraini!
Alexander Bahaluk, engineer, IT specialist, serviceman, and now the head of foundation. Thank you so much. And just one more highlight about the MHP company. I know that they are driving a lot of social projects, and actually right now we have some experience with the sector of corn and yield storages with MHP, and some case when two guys that have magister degrees, they was training 1 month online, some technical, not technical, some skills, theoretical skills, and then they goes to MHP to practice. They was trained 3 months based on MHP. They was having the salary in MHP, and now they're employees. They're working, both of them, and one of them are prepared to be in charge of one department of this sector. Did they need to have a magister degree for that? I think no. No, so that's a great idea to show the importance of VAT schools and providers. And now we turn to the construction sector, one of the backbones of Ukraine's recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CEO of the Confederation of Builders of Ukraine, Mr. Олександр Червак. Пане Олександре, раді, що ви сьогодні з нами.
Glad to see you with us, Alexander. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. At the moment, my command of English isn't on a par with the rest of you, so I won't be ready to discuss it with you. I will keep speaking Ukrainian, but I provided 2 presentations in English and Ukrainian to the event coordinators, so everyone willing to get a copy, you are free to do so. Now, dear colleagues, my confederation, we are a business association, actually, uniting some of the biggest building companies in Ukraine, the biggest developers, subcontractors, construction materials manufacturing companies, architects, design engineer. We also have among us indirect market participants like consulting companies, law offices, insurance companies, banking institutions providing financial support to the sector. And we currently work to expand our investment opportunities. This has been one of our priorities. Until recently, one of the biggest problems for my business that was only exacerbated at the time of war has been the shortage of skilled personnel, skilled workforce, and insufficient involvement of investors, potential investments in the development of promising new projects. With the view of that, we decided to look into the shortage of personnel to see how we can solve the problem. For a bit more than a year, we've started increasingly involve other trainings and education institutions, mostly dealing with construction occupation. Currently, our board of directors has 10 vet school managers and several managers of the sectoral training institutions. And here on the map, you can see where these institutions are. Kyiv, Kharkiv, Ternopil, Poltava, Odessa, and related vet schools in Kyiv, Kharkiv, Ivano-Frankivsk, Zhytomyr oblasts, and many more, Cherkasy Oblast, so on. So the first thing we wanted to do, well, we set up a group chat for employers to talk directly to the educators, to be able to find best workforce for them. We did understand, though, that, well, it didn't perform 100% as intended, but some companies were still able to find the staff, the blue collar they wanted, so we will look how to improve that. Next, within our confederation, we established a dedicated committee to ensure cooperation between educational institutions and sectoral businesses. You can see the chair and vice chairs of this committee. And on 17th of July, they had the first committee meeting to discuss some further steps to solve matters of better communication between businesses and vet schools, vet service providers. We spoke about the need of businesses' greater responsibility in front of the vet schools. We also responded to the idea of, within the scope of the project Bridging Skills for Construction, and that allowed us joining the development of a roadmap for the training of construction sector workers. We had a kick-off meeting, we had preliminary study of this market segment. We further intend to have a deeper survey together with the project, together with employers and education institutions, and the results hopefully will be made available to the donors, to the line ministry, to see our conclusions and recommendations allowing businesses to get the workforce with skills they really need. I'm not saying that it will solve all the understaffing problems at once, but at the very least it will lead to better provision of skilled workforce for the companies most needing it. Some vet schools do offer construction-related training, but the graduates, well, people do not flock there, and we don't see graduates from there. Next, our confederation has participated in the development of professional occupational standards of a concrete worker, and effectively we created a work group, and some 35 businesses sent in their representatives, from concrete manufacturers to companies working with concrete. We had vet school representatives there, and in a year this updated occupational standard. Actually, by the way, we invited 4 companies from the EU to share their experience. And we expect that this will lead to revised standards applicable across Ukraine. Speaking of potential challenges along this training path,
цифровізація навчальних процесів, швидкий перехід до онлайн-форматів, які можуть бути доступні в будь-якій частині, і робітник може ознайомитися в будь-який момент з тими чи іншими технологіями, створення цифрових платформ. Оптимізація та фокус.
Digitalization, which should be available for online training and training of new students. As of now, we have many people, many workers who are mobilized to the army, and we are afraid that in some 2 years, those people will lose their skills, and we should prepare facilities, enough facilities for retraining of people to allow them to brush up their skills when they will be coming back from the army, demobilized from the army, and to be able to satisfy the needs of construction labor market. And one more thing, one more challenge, we should be able to offer a lot of practice to train practical skills. And the last but not least is to raise the profile of the profession. Unfortunately, as of now, a constructor is not very popular, very prestigious occupation, but in future, especially in the context of recovery of this country, rebuilding the country, we should be prepared to create a situation when profession of a builder, of a constructor, should become very popular. And in order to do this, we should make it available for IDPs and for female workers. In my opinion, we also should be able to involve national funding, and one more important thing is to upgrade the training facilities and re-equipping the facilities in training schools with new materials, new equipment, provided not just by one company but multiple producers, and that will allow to modernize the training. Also, we are planning to introduce such a thing as a constructor's ID card, and the workers who will have such cards, they will be able to demonstrate and to confirm their qualifications, their career path, their upgrading and training, and we have planned this step, that is shifting to the constructor ID cards with our partners. This will be another step in bringing Ukrainian construction market and the Ukrainian construction labor market out from shadow, because you may know that Ukrainian construction sector is half in a shadow, and we have a big deficit in many construction occupations, construction specialties, and employers, when they have a lack of labor force in some specific profession, they have to rely on the mere words of a potential candidate. Moreover, now we work on increasing, on raising the social guarantee standards for the profession. We now are establishing contacts with Belgium, and in order to relaunch retraining course for the veterans and organize for them training in labor safety and security. And thus they will become inspectors, and that and we will open special courses for women and train them to become operators of special constructors vehicles, which previously was not popular among women. So we encourage people who want to master some new skills to choose our training centers, and I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for this opportunity.
Great job that you're doing there. It's time now to move forward to our panel discussion, but before that, I want to invite on this stage with welcome speech and open highlights for our panel discussion. Please welcome Deputy Minister of Economy, Environment and Agriculture of Ukraine, Daria Marchak.
Доброго дня, шановні колеги. Я дещо
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I have to apologize for delayed introductory words and welcome speech, but I would like to welcome you, and not only welcome, but introduce some tips and vision from the ministry. As a ministry who shapes the labor policy in this country, we see the following objectives of our work as a society, as a community. Speaking about labor market in the context and under an umbrella of the Skills for Recovery is a good sign for today, I think. I mean, the fundamental issue is whether the skills, knowledge, competences of the labor force, whether they match the needs of the economy. From the moment of full-scale invasion, Ukraine has witnessed several profound shifts in the labor market. First of all, we had seen a considerable outflow of labor force from the labor market, partially due to a part of population who migrated abroad for the security reasons, and a big part of people volunteered to the defense forces and enlisted to the defense forces, and at the end of the war, this is least probably that both these categories will come back to their positions. The second big shift which we witnessed is the change in the economy structure. Traditionally, Ukrainian metallurgy and coal mining sector were one of the drivers of Ukrainian economy. In result of full-scale invasion, which were ruined partially by the occupation or by the combat activities, and in the future they won't be drivers of the economy, and now the labor force from those metallurgical enterprises and coal mines should find their new role in Ukrainian economy. The third important shift is universal digitalization of the economy. The active role of artificial intelligence, and now we can predict that artificial intelligence will considerably influence the labor market in future. Not responding to the challenges that I've just mentioned may result in considerable disbalance in the labor market. And partially we see this disbalance. Today in Ukraine, we have at least 3 million of people who in theory could be involved into the labor market. They are not in the labor market. These are internally displaced persons, these are disabled persons, these are women whose husbands are in the defense forces. There is a big category of people who might find better positions in the labor market, but they do not have a sufficient level of new skills. Then we have a huge problem in the labor market when we drastically lack of both qualified and non-qualified personnel. So we have to reshape fully the system that prepares Ukrainians to the labor market, and we need to decide how to match the needs and the supply of labor force. In this situation, training and upgrading qualifications and I would like to add, thinking about efficiency of training and retraining in VAT, we should think not only about employers, we should think about human dignity of the employees. There should be sufficient offer of decently paid positions, decently paid jobs. This is about human dignity, inability to get a job where you would get decent salary pushes people to look for better life in other countries. That's why I'm very grateful to all the participants of today's conference who tried to support this training and retraining system and adaptation of our retraining to new requirements, and all the elements of this system should be changed. I mean, formation of the request to labor force and up to the process of selecting people for specific training, that is advising people which new skills to choose. And special attention should be given to the development of youth. When young people try to find their place in this labor market, we should keep in mind that they always have an option to go to new endeavors, to go to another countries. That's why, in order to ensure a long-term resilience of this country, we should resolve this problem and offer something very good to these young people. We should rebuild this system very quickly in order to be able to predict or to forecast a demand, future demand in the labor market. We have to work continuously on improvement of the state order in the area of training and retraining the labor force. And this system of career planning, consultancy in career planning to school children should be considerably improved. Then we have to adapt Ukrainian legislation to the European acquis, especially in the area of labor market. That is, Ukraine is improving its labor code now. And now we work on the employment strategy, national employment strategy. Jointly with our international partners, we want on application to Ukrainian system of such things as the youth guarantees, which was tested, piloted in the EU and proved to be efficient. Now we are trying to scale up this in Ukraine. I'm happy to see many people here who are thinking how to improve the VT system in a way that retraining, requalification, lifelong learning, ability to satisfy new requirements as to new skills in the economy will be in the center of educational system, and that labor system of education in the labor market will match the needs of the country's economy. Thank you. We have to speed up a bit because we are pressed with time. We're going to discuss the sectoral skills as a driver of growth. And it's my pleasure to invite to this panel Deputy Head of the Parliamentary Committee on Education and Innovation, Ms. Olga Koval. Head of the National Agency of Qualifications, Yuri Balanyuk. Head of the Sustainable Development Unit of the Employers Association, Ms. Olena Kolesnikova, and expert from the Solidarity Fund, Mr. Gennady Rusanov. Well, have everybody found your seat? That's a good strategy. First to focus on the chairs, and then the tables will come. I'm happy to welcome the head of the State Employment Service, Ms. Yulia Zhavtyak. Dear colleagues, We have just 25 minutes left before lunch, so let us act in that famous direction. Let us push the horses, as they say, and discuss how to establish a dialogue between the sectors to speed up the development and retraining of skills. And let us also discuss how we can involve vulnerable groups into the labor market. And one more question: where to find the key factors for the development of intersectoral dialogue in the context of that new law which was recently passed by the parliament. But still we have many challenges, so let us discuss those challenges. I'm pleased to give the floor to the Employment Center. Julia, just a couple of minutes. What are the major problems in communication in the labor market and how we can resolve those challenges?
Afternoon, everyone. Just gave it a thought, the thing you asked about, to think how to correctly respond. Actually, when we talk about the communication factor and where is the root of the problem, from my view, in my function, we all are Ukraine's nationals, and we all are only now starting to understand that the lifelong learning is something normal. We've been long used to this practice when, say, individuals of 40, 45 plus are practically disinclined to get any new skills or switch occupations. But now we have some positive results. We still need to work a lot on that. These are just some early signs. We need to be able to explain people that it is completely normal to upgrade yourself throughout your life. Still more that the world is leaping ahead and Ukraine tries to keep the pace. And recently I was to a conference where a deputy digital transformation minister would present some of the ministerial results, and he would say that Ukraine is in the top 5 world countries by its digitization pace. He said that we want to be in top 3, which says again how hectic and ever-changing the world is. And going back to your question on communication, it will mean more communication with our countrymen to explain them that it's completely normal to change. Okay, thank you. We've been talking a lot today about demand, the demand from the employers and the mismatch we see between their demands and the skills provided at the graduate level. Yes, we do see this mismatch as it stands, but Sergei Babak already mentioned it, that we're going to deal with it thanks to the new piece of legislation, thanks to what Darina Marchak has mentioned. I myself, as an employment service representative, as the head of it actually, I see that since March 2022, we've got 230,000 Ukrainians that have gone through retraining, requalification programs. More than 10,000 former servicemen did that for the period. And this is just with our service. If we compare 2023, 24, 25, we will see the growing numbers of those willingly undergoing qualifications, upgrades or retraining. A very nice and growing trend. In the previous panels, lots has been said about the new legislation, new approaches to the vet, and how the demand has to be shaped by the government. I think if we do what we planned, we will have less and less gaps with each year. Okay, requalification, nice thing to mention and jot down. On the word itself, sometimes really necessary pieces of legislation find it harder to get into real life versus some pretty much abysmal ones. I don't remember myself any demonstrations in the downtown Kiev with demands to have requalification or some change in the vet system. From here, my question to you, Olga. Requalifications, the new legislation on vet, how these work together, or can they rather? Yes, the new legislation is exactly about new opportunities for the adults and related requalification. Because people have long been used to thinking that vet is something for a school-age kid with incomplete secondary education, like tertiary one. Meanwhile, actually retraining, requalification is well within the function of education institutions, and in collaboration with employment service, this creates a nice mechanism, and this mechanism has to operate in the country. It is already there, and we see increasingly people using vouchers to join vet schools offering relevant courses. People need new skills, they go to the vet system to gain them. And yes, the new legislation gives even better structured opportunities. Also, in respect of recognizing some practical skills acquired by a person throughout his/her useful working life. Not everyone has to get trained sitting at the desk. Many people get practical skills training, and you can get it formally recognized, again together with formal requalification opportunities. So new legislation exactly provides answers to this many questions, because the system has to operate ticking as a clock. It should work in communion. Vet schools cannot operate separately from the employment service, from the employers with their demands, and so on. And exactly the new legislation establishes this whole puzzle, if you will, this jigsaw. We had previous legislation since 2019, but it would change by bits and leaps. And as it happens every time, when you try improving something hopelessly old, you get something not performing to the desired standard. So we do hope that the entirely new legislation will give us with the mechanism, really operational mechanisms to ensure our cooperation with employers, with businesses. Businesses no longer be just contemplators of the process, and they will be better involved in seeing that vet institutions deliver. Before that, businesses would just limit themselves to some advisory functions. And even with being, a strong donor, they would still risking, not getting what they wanted, because that school might just disregard that. Now we have a very strict mechanism that will allow and ensure strongly, structured cooperation between them. Okay, Olga, do you see that businesses have to be in line with this new legislation? We still have multiple cases when an employer will say, okay, you need some sort of diploma, we will train you to desired standards, so do not fret. Yes, we have this problem. Going back to the MHP case, can you tell us, by the way, how many thousands of people do you retrain a year, according to... So we may say that's like 15,000, yes? Getting some qualifications upgrade, okay? We have many other big companies, big employers with dozens of thousands getting retrainment, and yeah, they do it better than the government. The situation became a bit more a challenge at the time of war. As long as you're ready to work, you get employed. No questions asked, because businesses now are mostly looking for living people willing to be here. It's a pity we don't see Galina Tretiakova here. It would be nice to have a discussion with her. So we as businesses, whenever we go to the employment service, we are heard. When we talk to committees in the parliament, we are being heard. And this is a welcome change. This new legislation is, watershed event even for me. I myself spent 15 years heavily pedaling for it, heavily lobbying for it, and this is exactly the moment when we can celebrate, because businesses are investing heavily to retrain their staff members. I will ask further speakers to provide us with real numbers of people retrained. I'm happy I didn't do it, but still, businesses are quite instrumental in doing what they need to be done, and this is one of the results of our operation, and we need to work better with the rest of stakeholders to make it to the top of every ranking, not just top 3, but to be number 1. And we are ready, and we are even ready to give lessons to other countries in need of it. Okay, thank you. Quite a pep talk you delivered. In my talk with MHP representatives, I heard about the huge age-related gaps, when sometimes they even have to look for people 75 years of age and older to somehow train them. Now, the question is, are businesses really able to provide just everyone with relevant qualifications? Maybe businesses can work themselves into the VET system itself, becoming a part of it, to do the required training better. Look, let's be realistic. We have 20 cases and an ongoing case for quite some years. These are cases where the request to get proper certification of a qualification center elsewhere. Back in August, we started some scaling up of this initiative. We had some 69 people getting the qualifications properly certified under the new law, and the certificate expressly says that the person has been found to conform to relevant requirements and can get official employment with such and such occupation. And I think this is the story that will scale up further, like the effort from this Confederation of Builders with their concrete worker occupation. If they're successful with it, there will be many more people coming to get it. Same with MHP, working in the agricultural sector with their own set of qualifications. I think this is the business driving force. And yes, we can serve as a bridge between the social partners, the employers, the Ministry of Economy, and this will be reflected in relevant curricula. I think we as the Ukrainian nation have been able to find some of the best solutions we are facing. Yes, we borrowed from the German, Austrian, Swiss experience, from other top economies, in an attempt to somehow translate it here on the Ukrainian ground. But then we have real results to report. 689 individuals altogether paid the fee to go to a qualification center to have their qualifications officially recognized and to find official employment to feed their families. This is probably the key task and the key result to boast with. It's really important just to make focus on relevant topics, but everything should work like this. Question to you, Yulia. Do you see the number of people we will need to say that, yes, we may offer a requalification, qualifications upgrade, but do we have enough people to do that without sitting on social benefits temporarily unemployed? You know, the situation is as follows. The number of people addressing the employment service as unemployed has dropped since the start of the full-scale invasion because of a range of reasons. 70% of the currently registered unemployed are women. Answering the question, are they ready to get retrained? Yes, they are. The unemployment benefits was reduced both in terms of amount and the duration, currently only 3 months since the start of this war. Meanwhile, the number of openings has grown, and if we just check for the openings on an employment portal, you will see about 240,000 of them. Last year, together with the Federation of Employers, we did a survey, particularly among the unemployed. We had about 100,000 of them participating, and 60% mentioned their readiness to get retrained. Not to say that this is a breeze and can be achieved easily, but still, as I mentioned at the beginning, we see some first moves. And in a fortnight, we are going to have another survey among the employers now, and they are going to face the same questions. Actually, we want them to show their employment needs at least for 2026. We'd also like to hear from them about their ability to employ someone, say 50 plus, or maybe a young person, or an IDP, or a war veteran. From past years' indicators, we see that employers similarly are ready to employ everyone, as Olena said, because they have little choice to do otherwise. But yes, I think you also know the cases when sometimes, for certain reasons, an employer may be rather unwilling to employ someone 40 plus. Well, truly shame on such an employer. Oh, yeah, but globally speaking at the level of the national employment policy for the past 2 years, this is not just something I hear. I see this in our everyday work. We do see a steadily growing number of people finding employment, becoming retrained, and the employers do understand that, increasingly understand that, and they themselves ready themselves to better work with someone simply ready to go to work, even without proper skills. We've got a fresh, test project to train women into traditionally male occupations. primarily based on the results of the last year's survey. Initially, the project was met with skepticism, like you can hardly find a woman willing to be a joiner or to be a tractor driver and so on. But hear me out, 800 women as of today have been trained into purely previously male occupation, operating heavy equipment and machinery and doing things that never were expected of them before. I think every lady, even having no proper education, can still undergo relevant training. This will be paid by the government through our service, and she will be able to find employment, which is important.
Thank you. Gennady, I would like to ask a sharp question to you. Today we have heard that in Poland, after accession to the EU, there was first at the beginning a massive outflow of labor force, but in some 5 years, all those people, all those workers started to come back. Well, a question to you, whether it is possible to build up a strong connections between the state services, between businesses and people that will prevent us from this situation. Well, it's not easy to stand between you and lunch. First of all, I think that the question about people coming back is not fully correct, because people come back because of multiple reasons. For many people, coming back home is a basic need, and when the full-scale invasion started and increased our demand in labor force and increased the shortage of the working occupancies, but still, all those problems, they existed even before full-scale invasion. We had a lack of workers in working specialities long ago. And before the full-scale invasion, we had a lot of businesses who were doing training and retaining of the labor force for themselves. So I think the biggest thing which we need, and this is openness, open recognition of the problems that we have. Today our labor market mirrors the war, the full-scale war, and now we have a unique opportunity. Unfortunately, it was promoted by tragic circumstances, but now this is a moment of truth. We have to recognize the real problems in our labor market, and we have to develop non-popular, maybe tough solutions, but these solutions will change a lot of things. I think that business, the government and vocational training institutions, they have first to recognize the problems, the complex problems, and to offer tough solutions to them. And today we are looking for best decisions, best solutions. And we have to accept that today we are in a unique situation, and some solutions which were found earlier in the EU might not work for us, and we may need to introduce maybe sometimes strict, sometimes non-popular, but efficient solutions, which not always comply with the global experience, but still they may work for us. Of course, some people, even our partners, may not like them, but in tough times, tough decisions should be made. And one more joke. Looking at people, I see that all of them have something green. They wear something green, about which dress code I was not warned. Thank you, Dmitry. I believe that the central to all those solutions which you mentioned, there should be in the center, there should be VET institutions. Actually, businesses can initiate VET retraining. State employment service can also play its part, but the openness, the truth, the ability to recognize the truth is central. It is essential and very important. And there's openness, there's ability to recognize the tough truths will allow us to minimize the harmful processes in the labor market and outflow of labor force. I wanted to add something. I just wanted to comment. We discuss training and retraining, but we should not forget about employment in businesses. And before doing your training, retraining, you should ask first the businesses, what do you need? What labor force do you need? And this is the crucial thing in all that. It looks like we have to think over on this message during lunch, half an hour for lunch.
that's called Transforming Vocational Education for Recovery and the European Union Accession. And we will begin from with our success story from our participant. So please welcome to take your seats, and this part will take place in Ukrainian and English languages, because we have the Ukrainian speakers, the English-speaking speakers. So let's begin. Друзі, нашим першим доповідачем буде
Dear friends, it's my pleasure to invite the first presenter, a person who is able to demonstrate on his own case, on his own example, how vocational training can change your life. So your applause to a teacher of Червоноград Mining Lyceum, Mr. Sergey Senilo. Dear colleagues, my name is Sergey. I'm Sergey, and I never would be a teacher. This is how I would say some years ago. But despite of that, never say never. And today I'm a teacher. I graduated from Chernivtsi University as an engineer, an energy engineer, and later, as many graduates of our technical universities, I had to look for positions, different positions in different sectors, because I was unable to find a good job in my specialty. So the external factor changed all my life. In Червоноград, a workshop on wind energy technologies was opened in our city in course of reshifting the coal mining sector, and it was opened by GIZ agency, and it proved to be rather productive. Lviv regional administration and our local authorities had opened the full cluster, the full big facility, which not only provides good equipment, but also creates a very attractive environment for young people. So later we established good relations with the Ukrainian Wind Association, and with the assistance of our GIZ partners, we equipped our workshop with wind energy equipment, and today we're able to offer new qualifications. Our expectations as to these new professions are very high, and I think they are on demand in businesses. So to some extent, this could be called a success, but actually we had made a next step. We participated in the project 100 workshops and opened a locksmith center. We equipped it with new equipment, and it became attractive for young people with its new equipment, with its new premises. And actually, this is a new approach. It embodies a new approach to the profession. Actually, a locksmith is not the old-fashioned profession. These are robotics and automated complexes which are used in production, and we have to teach our students how to act in all that environment. Thus, we applied for donor programs, grant programs, on the Skills4Recovery framework, and we have procured a robotics training center, robotics training equipment, which will teach students how to work not only with manual equipment but with robot-based equipment. Actually, all those robot complexes are usually produced, manufactured by special design bureaus, while production and manufacturing itself requires from, for example, a welder, a capacity to launch a special program at the robotics welding center and be able to carry out the task. That is, we teach our students how to apply multiple skills. Today we have established good relations with Japan company which is a leader in production of manufacturing robotics equipment, and we plan to develop our cooperation with them and promote this trend further in our center. Moreover, we had established cooperation with the Lviv Polytechnical Institute, with the Center for Renewable Energies, and now we invite students from the Lviv Polytechnical Institute to master new skills in our center, because we can offer them this practical opportunity. And we understand that today university graduates sometimes they do not have enough skills, and they should be able, university students, they should be able to master working skills, vocational skills, because when you deal with school graduates, you may find out that they are totally unprepared. So we have to prepare them for professional life.
The setting up of this workshop allowed to leave kids to continue training. We see how the enrollment changes. Before that, the repairman wasn't really a profession, an enviable profession. Now we see that people queue in line to get into, and this is a nice change. We keep telling parents and kids that exactly now they have best chances to put their skills to real use here in this country. We are also able to enroll new teachers who have never been in the vet before. I myself lend them every hand of support. it's very important to have someone knowledgeable how to teach. Even more important is when we have people able to teach with solid work and experience. Some of them haven't got very modern experience, say with robotic equipment, and with our current opportunities, we are able to upgrade their skills. That way we provide them with their own self-realization, and kids benefit from having such experienced guys with thorough knowledge of modern techniques. I'm very much sure that that's way we'll be able to do whatever we planned. Thanks for attention. Thank you, Sergey. Quite an inspirational story of yours. A nice example of things starting small with a small desire only to go higher.
Go to English session. Let's look at the European perspective for now. We will, I think, we will learn some lesson from Croatia's European Union accession, and we will take some particular recommendations for Ukrainian VAT institutions. Online with us, please welcome Assistant Director for European Affairs at the Croatian Agency for VAT and Adult Education, Nino Buik. Please welcome. Hello, Mr. Buik. You are online. Не чутно. Please, can you please check if your microphone unmuted? Unmuted. Great. Let's try one more time.
Can you hear me?
Yes, great. Thank you so much. Please welcome. The audience is yours.
Thank you so much. It's really my honor and privilege to be with you today online, hopefully maybe someday live as well. Please receive our utmost respect and support from the Croatian side for everything that Ukraine is doing and undergoing at the moment. We fully support and understand. We were in the same position in the 90s and also on the EU pathway in the early 2000s. So it's really my honor and privilege to share with you my presentation about the experience and expectations and sort of recommendations how European Union can assist and be seen on the level of vocational education and training providers. Can you please start the presentation? Thank you. Next slide, please. First of all, what is important, and I'm sure that maybe speakers before mentioned this as well, is that in the scope of the cooperation within the framework of European Union, education and skills development has a specific position. According to the Treaty on Functioning of European Union, education is a part of the subsidiary question, meaning it's up to the jurisdiction and national competence. This in practice means that European Union in the field of education and training does not prescribe obligatory documents, procedures, processes, or strategies. It more provides frameworks aligned with the Article 165 on the Treaty of Functioning of European Union, meaning that each country will decide on its own to what extent will follow through these European recommendations, policy measures, and so on. So European Union in this context will not issue directives compared to other areas, but they will issue more likely recommendations, council conclusions, and so on. So, like I said, each country, including the candidate countries, decides to what extent will they follow through with these developments taking place at the European level. Here it is important to say that each country will have to develop its own pathway, meaning that European Union will support cooperation, and in the field of vocational education and training, it is a very dynamic area. There is something that began in early 2000s called Copenhagen Process on Enhanced European Cooperation in the field of vocational education and training. And ever since then, every couple of years, European Union launches new policy measures, recommendations, and guidelines to member states, but also candidate countries as well, how to further develop their own vocational education and training systems. Countries can learn from each other. Here, it is important to say this is part of the policy learning, not policy borrowing, meaning that something, if it works in Croatia, does not necessarily mean it will work in Ukraine or any other country, but we are here to cooperate, to exchange practices and learn from one another. Next slide, please. Little bit information for you if you are not so much familiar with vocational education and training in Croatia. We have a long tradition of vocational education and training, and our percentages have always been high. At the moment, we are the country with the largest VET participation in European Union, over 70%. And every year it's been running around this percentage. Even this year has been the record year of the enrollment, with more than 71% of students in secondary education choosing vocational education and training in Croatia. We have one of the lowest early school leaving percentages in European Union. And marked and closely linked with the topic of this conference is that European Union has strongly impacted and financed the developments of vocational education and training in Croatia. We have set up 25 regional centers of competence where more than 150 million euros were invested in those centers, covering several vocational education sectors. Also funded through the European Union is investments in the largest VET curricular reform, which starts as of this school year, actually from Monday. And we have developed completely new set of vocational curricula, more than 140 of them, and we are changing the complete overhaul of the VET system in Croatia. European Union is seen, recognized, and seen as favorable option for Croatian students. More than 65% of them, and this was the research done in 2020, support the membership of Croatia in the European Union, and they see the benefits for themselves being the member of the EU. So before 2013, when Croatia joined the European Union, VET was dominant, but it was facing severe obstacles, mainly related to being outdated and needed the process of modernization. So supported with the European Union, we launched several measures of changes. And these changes, when we speak about European Union, I call it something like transformational cascade, meaning how does changes or policies which happen somewhere in Brussels among some meetings can be tangible and seen on the practical level. So we can see this European impact on three levels. First is this policy strategic level, which is then reflected in the frameworks, policies, strategies, laws, regulations that each country does. Second is on the level of institutions, here focusing on vocational schools, vocational and training providers. How does these changes and policies recommendations are reflected in practice? And the third level is most important one, that's this human level, micro level, how students, teachers, and their daily practices is being impacted by this EU membership and EU instruments that are developed. In Croatia, we have been through this process for more than 20 years. Unfortunately, Croatia was one of the countries which negotiated longest to becoming a member in 2013. So there is more than 20 years of history behind us and how this transformation has been happening. What I like to always say when we speak with media, because they constantly ask us, okay, when is vocational education in Croatia going to change? We always say that it's not one date. You cannot say on the September 8th, vocational education is changed. This is a continuous process because we're living in a society and circumstances which change daily. New technologies are emerging, new trends, everything's happening rapidly. Therefore, the education system has to be in this continuous process of change and transformation. When we look at this strategic level, I know here the focus is on the VET provider, and I will go back to that. But here it is important to say that policymakers, people in the ministries, agencies, this executive level, they need to incorporate these changes and policy measures taking place on European level. So European Union, like we said, does not have prescribed, let's say, legal framework. More we have strategy and policy areas. And here at the moment, the most important one is European education area, which basically guides European Union and member states how to develop this integrated education area across Europe, focusing on quality, inclusion, and building something which has become a popular term, resilient education and training systems. And the European Union does this by giving incentives, giving recommendations, and also setting benchmarks, targets, which calls each country to go towards this direction. Then European Union has different policies and tools. The most relevant for us in the vocational education and training is the 2020 VET recommendation and Osnabrück recommendation declaration, which gives these new policy measures areas where countries need to develop, invest, building transparency, building qualifications, building learning outcomes, supporting mobility, investing in teacher training, and so on. And most recently, as of last year, European Union has launched this new platform called the Union of Skills, where European Union in the next period is going to invest large amounts of money and resources and support in order to strengthen the competitiveness of European Union and our human capital by investing in education, training, and lifelong learning. Then in the scope of European Union, and especially within this process, which I called before Copenhagen process on enhanced European cooperation, we have developed numerous tools. I'm sure you heard most of them, like Erasmus+, European Qualification Framework, ECAVET for Quality Assurance. And these tools, each country then decides how to be involved in implementation of these tools. Candidate countries are called and are actively participating in supporting this process. And here I want to mention that we began with this process long before we were a member of the European Union, meaning that when we were even in the position of potential candidate country, we started to be involved in these processes, tools, cooperation, reporting, and development of these instruments in order to prepare as successfully as possible when we become members so that the process flows continuously and naturally. Next slide, please. When we come to the institutional level of the schools, like I said, even though European Union does not give something which is obligatory, but many countries have decided to incorporate these tools, these measures taking place on European level and incorporating them in their national education systems. There is an excellent study done by CEDEFOP. CEDEFOP is a European agency dealing with vocational education and training and for the EU member states. So when you're a candidate country and neighborhood countries, they deal mainly with European Training Foundation based in Turin, Italy. EU member states deal with CEDEFOP, which is European Union agency headquartered in Greece, Thessaloniki. And they have done an excellent study where they analyzed the developments in the last 30 years in Europe in the field of vocational education and training. It's an excellent study which basically shows that there's some commonalities taking place across Europe, which is promoted and encouraged by European Union, such as development of qualification framework, focusing on learning outcomes, developing and strengthening lifelong learning, introducing quality assurance mechanism, and like it is stated in the beginning, European Union gives incentives through funding different measures and projects, such as through Erasmus+, and also European Social Fund investments. And these are something which is tangible on the level of schools, teachers, directors, on every daily life practice of schools. Students in Croatia, they see the benefit in accessing Erasmus Plus mobility. More than 30% of funds in Croatia in the Erasmus Plus goes towards the mobility of VET teachers and students. Students gain access to the labor market of European Union. Their qualifications are recognized through the framework of European Qualification Framework, meaning that when you go cross-border, your qualification can be recognized. For teachers, this is important because they gain access and they link with teachers from other countries through cooperation projects, projects developing innovations, transfer of innovation from one country to another. Here, important segment is peer networks, learning from teachers from other countries, and all of this result in changes and developments and improving of pedagogy in vocational education and training. For my conclusion, it's very hard to give straightforward, very simple recommendations and remarks. Next slide, please. But it can be summarized in a couple of sentences. First of all, like I mentioned, start early. We began in early 2000s when our perspective of joining EU was quite distant. But like I said, we immediately joined various networks, processes, governance bodies that exist at the European level as a candidate country, as observer. We were learning from the beginning. We embedded EU strategies and principles into all our national strategic and legal framework. So our strategy framework from 2009 up to now reflects this common European principles, goals, targets, and we work on them continuously. For schools, teachers, students, it is important to have EU visible on your micro level, especially if investments come from European Union. You're obliged by regulation to clearly indicate that this funding came from EU, but it's not so much about the equipment, but it's about the benefits and being a member of this wider EU family. Use of European tools. We embedded European tools like previous credit system and also now quality assurance tool into our national legislation. We start talking with schools, encourage them to use these tools on their daily level, like Europass, EQF, linking qualifications with European qualifications framework. Use of EU funding is of utmost importance for us. In the last period, we invested more than 350 million euros into vocational education and education system in Croatia. In order to do so, you need to build and develop capacities on the system level, ministries, agencies, but also on the provider level, because your teachers, your school directors, administrative staff, they need to have capacity to handle and manage European investments on their level. And last but not least, you need to immerse your teachers and students into European environment wherever possible. Use European Erasmus Plus mobility exchange for students and give them opportunity to see and learn from other countries and other systems. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Buik, for your insights and recommendations. Thank you so much. Пані та панове, а ми з вами переходимо.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are to switch to a quite interesting panel discussion in which we will be talking with panelists among us. We will be looking for answers to questions about priorities. What kind of priorities are there for service providers? What these people will have to do to remain competitive in Ukraine and on the European market? What kind of benefits the new VAT legislation will provide? Maybe some drawbacks will be expounded. We will be talking about certain autonomy opportunities for vet schools in response to the new law. We will be talking about new avenues in vets established for a country joining the EU and how we will need to be ready. We will be talking about the strong points that the EU and we both have and how we may benefit each other through closer cooperation. So let us move on to our discussion, the panel discussion again. Please welcome Director General of the Directorate of Vocational Education of the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, Irina Shumik. Thanks for finding it time, dear Irina, to stay with us throughout this time of conference. Please also welcome Deputy Coordinator of the NEO Erasmus Plus Office Ukraine, Zhanna Talanova. Nice to be able to meet you in person after multiple meetings online. Please welcome the Senior Advisor at ENIC Ukraine, Tetiana Yevdokinenko. Deputy Head of the KfW Ukraine, Vitaly Shmeriha. Welcome, dear Vitaly. And Director of the Interregional Higher Vocational School of Transport and Construction, Nazar Zakal. Welcome. Okay, dear colleagues, Hi, dear Nazar. Welcome. Now, quite a motley team of very strong professionals and experts. Government is here, NGOs are here, donors here, reporting to the duty, everyone. Now, we are going to talk about the EU pathways for vet institutions, what to recommend, what tips we have, but before that, a little psychotherapy session here. These European pathways for the vet institutions. Why do we need to talk about things that turn bad for us in order to go for something better? Yes, we have donors willing, we have opportunities ready, but still, political processes, they are ever changing, and do you see any positives or negatives in this turmoil? Do you see any pathway to really negotiate your way with the strategy of vet reform to become truly competitive at the EU level? What sort of assistance you might need also from those present here, from the government, from donors, from probably civic organizations to make things happen?
I asked many questions at one time. But thank you for this invitation. Actually, all the interventions that we heard, that they were about openness to VT, to partnerships, etc. And actually, we cannot say that there will be something radically new after passage of the new law. Actually, all the processes have been lasting for some time, but we need to redistribute resources, and the new law will support only those who are proactive and who are ready to change. And today, looking at my colleagues in this room, I see my colleagues who are ready to change. In order to be ready for changes, we should be open and flexible. Actually, Ukraine has its own pathways in VT sector. We cannot just borrow a model from Europe, a model of VT training, and be sure that it will work for us because neither country in Europe can show such a resilience as we have been demonstrating during these 3 years of full-scale invasion, when our students they study in underground shelters, and teachers preserve their ability to teach. Actually, we are ready to get transformed, but where to take enough students to enroll? We have to popularize the VT schools without raising the prestige, the profile of vocational training. We won't be able to bring new people into the professional sector. And in this case, we will live only with a limited number of labor force, and will be busy with retraining of old labor force all the time. So we have to convince people that vocational training is good. Vocational training opens a lot of perspectives for you, that vocational training is a powerful driver. And you may agree with me that the best engineers are those who had graduated from vocational training first, because they have a very concrete, very specific understanding of all the operations. I myself graduated from vocational training school, and then I gained higher education, and my student years allowed me to apply more conscientious approach to my further higher education. Today we have a lot of surveys, and one of the surveys had shown that Ukrainian young people are not sure what they want to do in life, and they need more time to realize what they want to do. And graduates of secondary schools who graduate from VT and start their working career, they are able to understand which career path, which occupation they want in this life, and this saves a lot of money and effort for their future career, and Ukrainian economy will get a lot of benefits. Thus, we will prevent a situation when students massively apply to higher educational institutions, to universities, to master professions which they won't like in future. Today, we mentioned that a locksmith has a personal vehicle, while many graduates of universities do not have their personal vehicles. How do you think who should be a driver of publicity campaign, of public awareness campaign? You know, when VT institution starts communicating, starts advertising, this looks not very convincing, but when a businessman comes and sells a graduate from become a graduate of this VT school, and in some 10 months I will be able to pay you some 80,000 hryvnia because I need this qualification, and this will become more convincing for potential students. That is, you should convince people that they will be needed in the market. Not all the companies can afford organizing their own VT schools. That's why all the companies, small and big ones, should establish partnership with the educational training schools. When I was student, I heard many times about the problems in vocational training. And now we have passed this new law on vocational training. Thank you, Nazara. My next question is to Irina. At the beginning of today's session, we have heard a statement that we will need optimization of VT institutions, which actually in practice means that many VT schools will be closed in general. So my question to you, what is your vision of today's VT schools landscape today?
Обговорили, закон прийняли.
And the law that was passed by the parliament recently will be fulfilled by the ministry. Today, I have regrets that many years ago I missed an opportunity to graduate from the VT school, because later when I started my professional life, I understood that it was a huge and interesting area. In order to be able to fully employ the VT sector, we should first of all step back from a perception that there are more honorable professions or less honorable professions.
Воно вже реалізовано.
And answering your question, I should say that many things which are written in the new law, they actually are already implemented. Back in 2018, together with the EU, we carried out surveys about vocational training. At that time, the experts established that the equipment depreciation was at the level of 80 or 90% in the vocational training schools. And since that moment, we had covered a long path. So we invited representatives from VT schools, specifically the students, and I asked one girl, how do you think why your classmates from school has not introduced, had not joined VT? And she told me, I'm ashamed to make a selfie against the background of my vocational college. Today, we had modernized all the schools. After 7 years of the reform, modernization, transformation of vocational training schools, today we can say that we have got some successes and some achievements, and actually the law that was passed recently, it only implemented many things that we had done already. And now coming back to the optimization. Optimization is inevitable not because of the law, but because of the objective realities of this life. The population of Ukraine in 1991 was at the level of 52 million, and at that time we had 1,000 vocational training schools. The latest figures suggest that as of today we have around 32 million of people, and we have 600 vocational training schools for these 32 million. And now looking at the resources which are allocated for the vocational training, we can say that this is a considerable resource. And the big question is how this resource is being used. It is obvious that, like in our private budgeting, we tend to optimize our resources. Equally, in our budgeting of vocational training schools, we have to optimize its work. Today, our colleagues from the Polish Solidarity Fund, they correctly mentioned that we have launched pilot projects using the European Solidarity Fund, using the youth guarantees, and actually we do not wait for the euro integration. Due to the law that was recently passed, we have been integrating to the EU actually now. But actually what we should remember that each European country has its own autonomy as to the VT development. But the unified labor market, ability to travel, ability of labor migration, it creates new challenges to the VAT training. And that's why we very carefully follow up the recommendations to the VAT sector development as in the EU. Next week, under Denmark leadership, there will be new discussions as to Saarbrück declaration. This is a declaration about European development of VT. I believe that the newly passed law coincides with that declaration, and it will ensure proper development of our labor force and its smooth integration into the European labor market.
У всьому цьому євроінтеграційному
Жанна, my question is now to you. Where is the place for international organizations and programs in this implementation of the new law? Because we have this problem of the population outflow, we have the this problem of changing labor market conditions. Good afternoon. I'm happy to see many familiar faces. I would like to thank Tonino, and you have noticed that he mentioned Erasmus Plus European program, which covers all the educational levels, and it is a big driver of development, and it is a driver of Euro integration. Actually, vocational training schools had become part of Tempus and now part of Erasmus. Ukraine universities are ready to integration, while VT are not ready to this integration. Since 2021, Erasmus Plus opened opportunities for vocational training, and Irina, her team, and our team had started to work on that. It was good to have EU for Skills and other donor programs. Now we have a Skills for Recovery program, and this is very helpful because we have a lot of work to do. We prepare VAT sector for accession to the EU. At the beginning of each year, we select higher educational institutions for drafting projects, and at the beginning we have 300 candidates, and at the end of the process we usually have only 30 institutions. I can assure you that the transformation and reforming of educational sector is inevitable for all the levels of education. Let's look at higher education, which has to take into account international component when assessing the sector. The same is true for vocational training too. You should be aimed at becoming modern, European, and innovative, because without all that, when the labor market will open, you will stay without any students at all. About challenges. One of the challenges is that VT schools are afraid of project activity because of insufficient level of English skills, English language skills. And we encourage people to be courageous, to study language and to apply it in the project work. For example, you may start with the procurement of equipment to have such beautifully equipped laboratories. We have more than 20 such projects now in Ukraine, and we can observe how the first participants of those pilot projects, they have changed. They had study visits to Europe. They gained new experience. They have made these first steps and established trust with trustworthy relations with European partners, and now they are able to promote changes. I will add just a couple of words. I hugely support the final signing of this law by the Speaker, because it provides for the necessary tools for quality, inclusion, digitalization, and proper. Please raise your hands who participate in Erasmus Plus projects. This shows that people are truly engaged.
10% в залі.
So we can see quite a number of people already participating, and let us not lose this opportunity. But my other question to you, Jana, you mentioned the potentially opening market in the EU. And so we see that businesses already have an opportunity of bringing the workforce from abroad. When it comes to that system, we have to expect a society of veterans, war veterans, and the aging population. So, is there an opportunity to bring the new hires, if you will, the greenhorns, here in Ukraine to have them trained at our vet schools? It will be affordable, it will be safe after the war, and then it's a win-win. All of us are going to have skilled workforce. Question is, rather, I would say, how to properly recognize the qualifications here, so that our qualifications would be recognized there and they could come here and get recognition here. Okay, just briefly about ourselves. For 14 years already, ENIC Ukraine is specializing on the recognition of formal education-based qualifications. We're also a member of a network of national info points for academic mobility within the aegis of ENIC NARIC. The whole network is aimed at unifying all the practices, procedures in each EU member state to make this qualification recognition universal. Now, with recognized qualification, we understand that this is a valid document, this is an authentic one. This means that a vet school where it was received is recognized, properly vetted and authorized, and an individual with that document is very clear about the level of his/her education and how to upgrade it further. So the whole thing is regulated at the national level. The processes, practices have been set up in Ukraine in line with applicable international standards and conventions. Though yes, with ever-changing world, we also see upcoming improvements to the system of recognizing qualifications. Surely it will be about digitizing the whole procedure, say setting up an electronic database of overseas foreign vet qualifications. It will facilitate better access to information, will make the whole procedure more transparent. This will ensure automated recognition, if you will. So I'd say that digital tools to automatically compare the foreign versus national qualifications, comparing them to the EQF, will greatly simplify and speed up the whole decision making. Surely it will mean additional costs to be borne, and it will be a challenge to find such money during the wartime period, but ENIC Ukraine is actively seeking resources to spur digitization of the qualification recognition procedure, because again it will release administrative burden and speed up the whole process. Let me still add a bit regarding the training. I think the vet school managers will confirm I'm true. At every regional level event, I tell people you can and you will become competitive on the market only when each of your teachers has at least B2 level of English proficiency, just for an example. If the security situation improves and we have this opportunity of bringing potential workforce here, you need to understand that the Ukrainian as language is a challenge in itself. Meanwhile, occupational training is a short-lived exercise. So whether we are willing or not to have better talk with the EU as a potential member country, we still will have to think how to sell, to market ourselves worldwide. From here, it's necessary to learn English. Yeah, I think there's a good practical success story from Lviv. They can easily share this experience. And I think Vitaly Shmeriga is the one to ask this question because he represents an organization very involved in donor efforts. Vitaly, we have been talking about upcoming changes that we all need here. By the way, anyone already too tired in the hall? I'm asking because I don't think we are ripe for another yet recess. Let us work till the end of it, and someone in need of coffee, you can just go there to the back of the room and grab one. Now, Vitaly, a question to you. Your bank, KfW, a powerful financial institution, a strong donor driving the whole thing ahead. Now, if we step aside from higher consideration and social responsibility matters, what other sort of responsibility may you have in mind with your donor support? What kind of strategy do you have? Is it about security and safety? If it's about qualifications marketable across the EU. And another question regarding your contribution to the upgrades that that system is seeing now. Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you for inviting the KfW here to tell about our involvement, our projects, about our cooperation with teachers. A brief on history of KfW. I think everyone remembers the Second World War, its results for Germany, for, of the Marshall Plan. And exactly for the sake of rebuilding Germany, KfW was established. Exactly a financial institution to ensure recovery. There's a German History Museum in Bonn, and there's a very nice exposition on post-Second World War experience in Germany, with nice pictures of German cities right after the Second World War and in 10 years after. Same places, and you can easily see all of them being completely rebuilt, restored, very convenient to work and live there. And after that, Germany did understand that if you have experience and money to share, time to do it. In the scope of which effort, the development bank KfW was set up, and I'm representing just it. Our aim is to support the development in countries willing to change across the world. Germany does want to share their experience with the economy Germany has. It can allow itself to share its experience and even financial resources. Our portfolio here includes 2 projects, 20 million euro from BMZ and 20 million euro from the EU. So 2 times 20 plus 20 from the EU, 60 million euro. This is the scope of the financial support for Ukraine that will not have to be repaid. I do understand that probably we are a meeting of practitioners here, many talking about some sound practical things. And I can tell you a very simple example. If you're living in Kiev and willing to do some interior repairs, good luck to try and find skilled construction interior design workers. You may have to work several weeks or even months for someone truly qualified. Some people are serving in the army, others are hiding from the army, others are not qualified enough. I myself had to do some of the repairs myself, remembering my previous skills, but I'm really scared to see the future. We can have tons of managers, lawyers, other such very important guys, but we have a huge dearth of people for the construction sector. All sorts of builder qualifications we are short of, and we need them. And tomorrow we will need even more of them. Ukraine has mentioned it multiple times about the investments we all want here. They invited German businesses to come out here. But, you know, having money for that is one thing, but the very second step you will have to do is to see if you have skilled workforce to operate at your company, say to manage and operate German equipment under the oversight of German foremen, say.
Україна – це партнер Німеччини.
This is a huge concern. Now, Ukraine is a partner of Germany and it's moving towards the EU. And Germany really wants to support Ukraine in this way. Just remember the scope of support Poland had received when they are preparing to become a member state. I think that the Polish experience we spoke about today will be of great value. It will open to us many truths that we'll have to follow, because as soon as the security situation changes, there can be twofold developments. People going into the country, returning, and people increasingly living in the country for a variety of reasons. So we need to think how to keep people, how to retain. And let me repeat it again, you're an extremely lucky bunch, because you have extremely talented professional working with you on that. I think it will be hard to find someone not knowing who Irina is. Other representatives of that system not knowing who Irina is, I don't think so. This is the second project I remember. I do know Irina since 2017, 2018, with some first projects and ideas. And I can tell you that this sheer interest at the national level, the availability of skilled, top-notch professionals with their understanding of the needs and able to fight for it, the existence of a minister, deputy minister with a keen interest to that, with the new piece of legislation, we see that the project is expanding, growing. We started with some simple repairs of equipment, some technical support of institutional capacity building, and now with support from GSET, other donors, we've grown into a big and rather ambitious, very valuable project for the whole of Ukraine. I can only congratulate you on this beautiful team you have. Please use and peruse this opportunity. Participate in Erasmus Plus and many other such initiatives. All sorts of initiatives to support your vet schools are there. You will not grow anything until you toil this soil, so please do something, break the ground. You need not to be a dinosaur extinct because of the lack of movement. Yeah, thank you, Vitaly, and yes, every joke has a bit of joke to it, and there are some very real-life jokes about plumbers riding Maseratis and wearing gold chains because being of great demand. Seriously, so we need to have English, the command of English. Proactive position is a must. We need to be able to talk to donors, communicate with them. We need to be proactive in searching. And we practically didn't mention career guidance opportunities. This is what has been already mentioned. We have people who, having graduated from some blue-collar training, then come back to our vet school to retrain into a beautician, and this is when they become suddenly rich and famous. Just to refer to cases presented by colleagues earlier, I think everything depends on an individual. If a person is deeply satisfied with something she has to do as a job, then she will be successful and happy. And yes, people is the most important resource to invest in, and we are truly happy to see top-notch professionals that help us, that stand by us. Thank you. We thank the panelists, and now, dear friends, we need to make a little change to this podium. Let's make a little family photo, and we will jump to our next block. So coffee is still there, and even later on you will be able to enjoy it as a reward. Let us talk about upskilling and reskilling, also with inclusivity in mind. And we are going to start with the practical case. There will be a pep talk delivered by this person, and then a panel discussion to follow. But before that, let us try to shuffle the chairs a bit. So we are going to have another discussion. So I think probably chairs are enough. Just put a lectern here and we will be good. Meanwhile, meet our next hero, someone who had joined this Skills for Inclusivity project, someone who can use his own life as a practical example of how to never give up, how to always look for new opportunities and how to be able to use them. He did reskill himself into agricultural drone operator, and he used vet school number 11 from Lviv for the purpose. So we don't have him. Sorry, it is the city of Sheptitsky, Lviv Oblast. Okay, a short bio of our hero. He will present it himself. Please meet an ex-serviceman. He is the best example how to self-motivate. Sergei Rymarchuk. Thanks for your service, for your battlefield experience, for being with us. The whole place is yours. Well, I have some papers to look into, but, well, I can do without them, if supported by questions. To start with, good afternoon. Thanks for having me. The first ever time I am at a conference. It would be easier for me to do something on the battlefield with my company, my unit. It's much challenging to work here. So again, I'm Sergei. I'm from Lviv Oblast, representing the town of Sheptitsky.
Well, I'm a bit nervous. I have to apologize. I'm a bit nervous. When I was a child, I loved to learn something new. And when in my native town, Sheptitsky, I've heard about the Skills and Inclusivity project, I immediately applied for participation because I expected to gain new skills. I would like to add a couple of words about myself. As a boy, I loved to dismantle all the things like watches, like toys. Later, I joined the vocational training school and gained the profession of a locksmith working in mines. and then military service. And while in military service, I mastered skills of a driver who drove launching pads for huge missiles. When I retired from the army, I opened my own business, and when full-scale invasion started in 2022, I was mobilized and I worked as a technical worker in a battalion, and then I became very ill and was granted a status of a disabled person. Was it difficult? The question is asked. Was it difficult to master new skills? When I heard about this project, I've decided very quickly to join, and actually it was easy. When I've got my disability, I found that employers were not ready to employ me, so I tried to stay at home to do something useful at home, and then a friend of my wife, she told me about this opportunity to master new skills, and I immediately registered. Attended an interview and was offered a specialty, an operator of agricultural drone. Super machine, I should say. I was very much impressed. That was a huge opportunity for me. Sergey, to master your nervousness, you may imagine somebody naked, but I am afraid to suggest it to you. Well, when it is rather difficult for me to recollect what I've written in my presentation. I even made a presentation to my wife, and you can imagine she's like an army general for me. So when I entered the project, when I accessed this program, I started to master new skills. Let me focus. I still have 10 minutes. I have spent 5 minutes and spoken up to 5 minutes, but I have 5 minutes more. We can see your photos. Was it how long did it take to master new skills? It took 1 month. First, it was a theory, and then a practice with small drones, then a practice with big drones. I can invite everybody to master these skills. In case you have 1 or 2 hectares of your own land, I invite you to master these skills. You can imagine all the flights, the theory, etc. Unfortunately, I cannot hear the questions which people ask without a mic. How have you learned about the program? It was a friend of my wife who told me about this opportunity. And immediately when I heard about that, I joined the project. Our teachers, our trainers, these were young guys. They provided us with very good theory. They allowed us a lot of practice, but not enough hours of practice. No, we cannot practice much in the field. We have limitations with drones, we have restrictions with drone attacks. I enjoyed it very much. I have to apologize. I am still a bit nervous. Together with my fellow mates, when we mastered smaller drones, then we mastered bigger drones. We started discussing how to open a business company and rent big agricultural drones for farmers. Perhaps that will require some investment, but still there is a demand. That is, we have plans for future. Agro drones are very promising for the future of Ukraine, and some farmers have bought their agro drones because agro drones, they are multifunctional, they are computerized, etc. Actually, any person could master operating the agro drone. What else would you like to know? Again, I don't hear the questions. It's my first public intervention. My fellow comrades from the military service, I observed how they operated the drones, and at the moment when they take this joystick to operate the drone, they immediately forget all the stress from the contact line, and they immediately get inspired with that. And now we want to launch our own business with these agricultural drones, because agricultural drones, they are very useful for farmers. Would you like to know something else? We had two women among us. One of them was a friend of my wife, and she was one of the best students, by the way, and all of us were able to master the skills excellently. Again, I don't hear the question because it is asked not into the mic. For how long lasted the course? It lasted for 1 month. 10 points. I enjoyed it very much because it was something very new for me, something very interesting, and I've got a certificate that I mastered the skills of the operator of agricultural drone. I would like to thank to everybody, to everybody who contributed to this project, and due to whom I managed to undergo this training and to get my certificate. I'm grateful to the Skills4Recovery, to NGOs, to NGO Ukrainian Professional Development. For me, it was of tremendous meaning. For me, it meant to live further and to be able to support my family further. Thank you, Sergei. Your intervention was very successful. I would like to apply to our donors and partners. Look, in Lviv region, we will get a cluster of people who will work in the area of agricultural drones. Now it's my pleasure to invite to this stage Mr. Oleg Shimansky, Deputy Minister of Veterans Affairs of Ukraine. Thank you. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to applaud once again to Sergei Remarchuk. And Sergei actually has already demonstrated much more things, many more things than I would like to mention in the statistics. We dedicate much attention to the opportunity to employ veterans, to retrain veterans, and today we see several major problems that veterans face when they come back to civilian life. First of all, we see that veterans have the problem of military skill matching. That is, they don't know how to apply their military skills in civilian life. When a person who works as a sniper in very difficult conditions at the front line, then this person is capable to do a very complicated financial analytics. And the problem is that civilian employers do not know what unique knowledge do the veterans have. And Sergei had described how great it is, how easy it is for the drone operators from contact line to master and to apply the skills in the rear. Ukrainian Veterans Fund, based on the surveys, suggests that the veterans lose a lot of skills when in the military, when they are in the military service, because they do not apply their civilian skills in the army, and at the same time they cannot develop in their civilian careers, and due to that, when coming back, they will require this rescheduling programs. That is, when veterans come back to employers, they need this adaptation period for better integration into their profession, integration back to their profession. Previous speakers mentioned that it is a huge demand in labor force this year. Unemployment dropped by 12%, although last year it was at the level of 21%. Perhaps you heard about a Charter of Human Capital, which covers big companies like Metinvest, DTAC, huge banks. They suggest that there is a huge demand in people, and they are able to adapt jobs for veterans. For them, such investments required for adaptation of jobs for veterans, they are useful. Quite often, the teams, working teams, and employers do not understand how to integrate the veterans. We, as a Ministry of Veterans, we have considerable amount of veterans who work in the ministry. Some of them, they return from the captivity. The veterans have a big motivation, and sometimes this is combined with the sense of justice, and this may prevent from smooth integration into civil society.
So what we've been doing actually now, surely we designed a national level strategy for those interested in the policy level of it, and there is a dedicated objective on employment and training of war veterans. We had a separate look on programs assisting veterans to adapt. Now we have methodological guidelines for employers so that they are better able to adapt their workplaces, their jobs, and veterans. We also designed veteran-friendly business principles to somehow enshrine best practices for businesses willing to employ those who come back to a peaceful life. Not everyone is willing to be employed. Many of our veterans are thinking about setting up a business of their own. Some want to go back to the teams they forged while in the army, and they want to continue it outside the front line already. Such people often donate, ensure logistics for the military, and this is important for them. The Ukrainian Veteran Fund offers business support, business development grant up to 1,600,000 hryvnias to set up one's own business. 260 businesses have been already set up that way, and this is a strong case because besides money, we also provide them with consultations, advice, to ensure every bit of support to help them set up the business. This is the key objective of it. So I think generally we can be said of as taking just early steps, but there's a huge demand for that type of workforce. We already see that Ukrainian war veterans have a lot in terms of their skills, their qualities, their motivation, and we actually only need to learn how to better integrate them. Hopefully this will help our economy to recover faster. Thank you. Thank you, dear Oleg. A nice time actually to switch on to a panel discussion on skills development for inclusive employment and professional growth. Please welcome our discussion participant, Natalia Lukleyevska, Director of Kharkiv Vocational Construction and Industry College. Welcome, Natalia, Deputy Director of the Employment Policy Department, the State Employment Service, Olena Melnik. Tetiana Muravska, HR Director at Ovostar Union Group. Co-founder of the Mentor Center project, Natalia Starodub. And the program director at the National Assembly of People with Disabilities in Ukraine, Larissa Baida. So big welcome to all this panel participants, all of the dear panelists. Before we start, just to melt the ice, at one conference I had a participant who came out to tell a joke about a speaker who was very nervous before the first time he had delivered speech, and when he came finally to the hall, only one person was in attendance. So this guy nevertheless started delivering speech, and then asked the other guy in the room who was he. So he explained that he was very nervous, and the second guy said, "I'm talking after you, so I'm even more nervous." Let us not be ashamed of us delivering our speeches, because we are already in the time when there's war, there are people defending the country, there are veterans, and we increasingly need to think how to ensure this adaptation. Some say it's for veterans to adapt, other people say it's for us to adapt to their needs. So it will be a two-lane movement. Let us think of it. We need to be able to rethink the whole human communication philosophy. It's not always the time and place to do any attempt in inclusion, because many people, even without limbs, can do many things much better than fully able-bodied compatriots can. But still, let us go to our topic of inclusive employment, and maybe we should start with you, dear Olena. And my question to you is, the National Employment Service, with your experience of working various groups of residents, where are the challenges, the handicaps, where are the areas where greater role should be given to civic society, to different sorts of NGOs, to other such actors, to make sure that people after the war can still live and work here. Thank you for this opportunity. We've been collaborating with the GZ for quite some time, and it's time to thank you for this, because throughout the time we're able to master better standards also of communication with people in order to better cater for the needs of people. So for about 30 years of our service in existence, we've been strongly associated with the kind of HR exchange, when you try to market yourself expecting for the highest bidder. Meanwhile, during the time of war, we've been compelled to reinvent ourselves, becoming rather a market of opportunities. And yes, we've heard about education and training multiple times today, because this is where it all starts. It's a measure of one's independence, financial resilience, self-realization even. So the tools we are offering today, they're aimed at both employers and job seekers, like training tools. We have a model project for female service women. We also look for ways to incentivize employers to better employ such people, particularly with the aim on IDPs, retired servicemen, veterans, people with disabilities. The projections say that labor shortage will only increase, and the number of people capable of taking specific office or function is also going down. Some of them are in the army, others have left the country altogether, and we are left with multiple of urgent things. And yes, there is an important matter of education, and we see how the whole vet system changes. We see changes in the approaches employers have towards the results of such training, particularly when it is about adult training. Employers cannot wait for years and years to have someone they need right away, which compels us to shorten our training programs regarding people who address us. The war showed us that many people who had been previously engaged in, say, heavy industry, in many occasions go to the west of the country seeking for other job opportunities. Other people also want to upskill or reskill themselves. And this flies in the face of people's stress about changing the ways of life, changing residential place. So when a lot of other challenges related to war surfaces, the whole thing with training, upskilling, reskilling suddenly becomes a very problematic factors, and people increasingly try to find something they have long been used to or trained for, like say an accountant, and they're not that ready to master new skills. So yes, the threat is there in people's mind. And there are also some misconceptions and perceptions from among employers, but actually it's about information and awareness raising, because after a recent survey which was followed by an information campaign, up to 70% of employers said they are more than happy to employ war veterans with certain accompanying measures in place. So yeah, on the one hand, it's about people willing and ready to go further with their lives, and on the other hand, it's about the market and employers' readiness to embrace such people. 25% of employers say that they are even ready to increase salary rates for veterans against the country's average of 25,000. Thank you for the insight. Now, Tatiana Moravska, over to you. Let us start like this. About 70% of foreign income in the national budget before the war was attributed to the agri sector. Meanwhile, this is a rather volatile environment, and this is the area not free from accidents, black employment, and official ones. Are you ready to embrace an even wider group of people flowing into the sector with all potential threats involved? Well, we are a bit, concerned, if you will. We are ready to embrace them. We are willing. We have many agriculture employees who had gone to the army and then left the army but never returned to the agri sector. Some because of their disabilities, other because of certain war trauma related things like some psychological condition or something like that. But we do our best to find as good employment opportunities as we can offer. We have some facilities across the Kyiv Oblast, for example. And some of these locations are nearby Vasilkiv, where the military air base is located. Many times people are not willing, having left the front line, to go to a place which is frequently under attack now. But yes, we are willing. We continue our cooperation also with employment centers in Bila Tserkva, Fastiv rayons. We are a regular feature of every employment fair. We can tell people on the fly what kind of opening she may look for, what are opportunities, material conditions, and so on. We are actively working with local communities. We have lots of social responsibility related projects. So we are visible, we are recognized. Back in 2023, we actively worked with IDPs. Then there was time when some people left to seek another place, and that way things have changed a bit. We do our best to train our ladies, to train them in traditionally male occupations. Now, we do understand that it requires investments. Anyway, how challenging it may be for businesses to become responsible, employers. Or should it be said that this is the thing that has to exist, simply? Well, we are always ready for changes, and our training, mentorship opportunities have remained. We even expanded them. We are just becoming more modern, and it's rather a problem of coming people who may not be clear about their own desires and intentions. Not every time we have enough time, resource, and opportunity to follow up these guys to help them develop their careers. because many times people say, I do want to get a job, but I'm not sure what I'm capable of and what I'd like to get. We try to show all opportunities and options involved. We, under CIDEX, we work to ascertain all the material aspects of employment, like job conditions, labor safety, residential arrangements, if any, and so on, to make our proposal very solid one. Yeah, thank you. Actually, a recent survey showed that companies normally spend on human resource development from 0.5 to 1% of the gross income, so way to go. Now, Natalia, you are at the helm of a non-governmental organization working with vet schools, vet systems, enterprises in inclusion matters. In your opinion, what steps are long overdue and have to be implemented immediately? Where are the roots of these problems we may have?
Thank you for the great question. The topic of social interaction between businesses, EBT students, the state, actually it have been topical always, and it reshapes depending on the mentality of the stakeholders at each moment. And today we know that the challenges, we know all the challenges that the sector faces. We have to amplify our capabilities on the account of amplifying capability of each stakeholder. As Tatiana rightly mentioned, it's not easy to retrain either IDP or a veteran. And in our organization, we cooperate with 100 businesses on integrating and employing veterans and IDPs. And I can assure you that each business does its best to rehabilitate veterans as employees. And we clearly see that the veteran hubs, rehabilitation hubs, should take early measures. They may organize excursions for veterans to manufacturing facilities of businesses and allow people to make career reloading, which actually will mean rebuilding for these people. And in course of this process, these people, I mean veterans, IDPs, they will be able to find themselves and to regain themselves. Natalia, my question now is to you. Today, we have a unique experience in Ukraine. We continue to work in the regions very close to the contact line. We continue to train these people in those pre-contact line territories. And there are a lot of challenges that we face. The security issues, the outflow of students, all the risks, how we can promote inclusivity and requalification, gaining of new skills in those educational institutions. Well, thank you for this question. I can answer your questions based on our own experience because we have been working for 20 years. Back in 2022, we declared, in March, we declared the year 2022 the year of our development, while this year we had declared the year of quality. We had developed more than 30 programs and implemented 27 of them. We had trained 600 people from civilian population, including 60 disabled persons. Each challenge I take very personally. The challenge of inclusion had been familiar to me since my childhood because my mom was in a wheelchair. Long ago, I started to work as a physical fitness teacher with children with Down syndrome and autism. And after my first event as a corrective teacher, I was so much impressed with the pain of these families. And I can assure you that the same experience will come to all the teachers in future. And we should start training teachers how to work with these people in future, because people will seek hope from you. People will seek your support. And today, these short-term courses should empower them and provide them with not just one opportunity, but with several opportunities. And the short-term courses, dual education, are ideal career options for these people. And on the other hand, this will allow business to look more closely at people with a disability. People with disability have not only physical disabilities, they can have mental disabilities, and teachers working with these disabled persons should be able to apply ready models. I'm very grateful to Germany. We had an opportunity to attend Germany to see how they work with disabled people, and I think that each teacher who wants to work with the disabled people, they should go to Germany and to try that environment. We need to develop the infrastructure, access to training institutions. Our experience was as follows. We organized recreational games, then creative festivals, and these people were able to show their skills. Our students had become like jury members at that events, and that events allowed us to show to society that disabled people can do many things. I'm very grateful to all the platforms, and gradually we are changing society. We demonstrate that disabled people can be empowered, but in order to be able to act in this new society, they should be prepared by us. Larissa, at this stage, we have heard the testimony of Sergei, and Sergei mentioned that employers were not very eager to employ him after gaining a disability. The second that impressed me greatly, that he learned about the inclusivity courses from a friend, just from a friend. So my question to you, what do you do to raise awareness about such programs? Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank to all those who survived through all the event till this last panel. Our association, National Assembly of People with Disabilities, deals with inclusive training from very early years of Ukrainian independence. Actually, people with disabilities, they require a lot of different ways of training. Unfortunately, I cannot thank to the ambassador of Denmark personally, but actually the figure that he mentioned, they reflect our cooperation with the Danish institutions too. I would like to thank to Germany. We cooperate with CBM, a big company which deals with employment specifically for people with the sight problems. The issue of inclusive education and training is very complicated thing. I won't speak much. I got new understanding from different panels. The inclusive education should be very competitive, and those who join the inclusive education should be competitive in the labor market. Ukraine has ratified the convention about inclusivity, so people who undergo inclusive education, they should become competitive at the labor market. And moreover, at this very moment in our history, it is a huge challenge for us to enroll veterans to retraining. What conditions we have to create, what environment we have to create for those veterans? Well, let's imagine that we want to build up a house of inclusive education in Ukraine, and we have laid a foundation. And the foundation, I mean, there's legislation which is advocated at the level of the European Union. As I mentioned, that we were involved. We are part of the European Forum of Disabilities, and we advocated for the latest standards in education dealing with inclusivity. That is, we have this foundation. Recently, Ukraine had passed a new law, but we do not have secondary legislation for this primary law. We have to explain what we mean under the main provisions of the law. We have to explain all that to those who are to implement the law. Then we need to have financial means to implement the law. And eventually, I want to see where in this law we have the people with the disabilities and veterans. How much money will be allocated for inclusivity of all those categories? And this is our task. Where in that foundation are the teachers? Today, I would like to appreciate, to praise the teachers. My concern is how to support inclusivity in this educational building. So this was about foundations. Now about the walls of that building. The walls are our institutions, our partners, and we need to remember that VAT system is uneven. We have younger students, we may have veterans who come back from the contact line, we may have people of bigger age, and how VAT system is able to support these walls, that is VAT institutions, students, and teachers. Then how this training process is organized, whether it is flexible enough, whether the process could be modified, whether we are able to save money, whether we can modify the process for different categories of students. We cannot afford applying 300 different models of trading. We should develop something more or less unified. That is, the specific design of this house, all the furniture, all the interior decorations, it depends on us. I would like to thank you once again that you stayed up to the very end of this event, and I would like to assure you that we are ready to cooperate with the teachers and teach you how to make the procedures, the training process as flexible as possible. We have a couple of minutes left, and I would like to challenge you with the following. What should we start doing today in terms of inclusion and VAT training, in order to get ready by the year, say, 2030 for the accession to the EU? Let's start one by one. I think we should promote inclusive culture. Understanding the role, career development, and inclusivity. I would like to say the same. Promotion of the inclusivity culture, implementation of the inclusivity culture, both in education and in businesses. In Ukraine, we have very good practices, but we need to apply international standards and inclusivity culture, both in the area of education and in the area of business, is very important. We have to adapt the programs to establish inclusive environment and train teachers for this inclusive environment. For businesses, inclusivity should become one of the values. Natalia, I would like to add that we have to master tolerance, be prepared to the others in other, and the more inclusivity you have, the less disability you see in people around you. Thank you to all the panel participants, and I invite you to make a family photo. Do we have a photographer in this room?
Да, давайте зараз буде фото.
Just wait for a couple of minutes. We'll make a family photo. Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching to the end of our conference. Let me read the communique of our
is strengthening its European Union integration path in the areas of skilled workforce development, labor market regulation, employment, and vocational training. The country is working to address labor shortages and skills mismatches caused by the ongoing war, large-scale refugee flows, and demographic challenges. The current labor gap is estimated at around 5 million people. Ukraine's recovery depends on the availability of qualified workers in key sectors, greater autonomy of vocational training providers, the adoption of European standards, activation of inactive population, and the promotion of decent and inclusive employment opportunities for all citizens. Implementation of the vocational education law as a key step towards building a modern and competitive VAT system aligned to European Union standards and best practices, strengthening the industrial autonomy and Хто писав це комуніке? And accountability of training providers, creating the high-quality, inclusive, and labor market-relevant education. Facilitation sectoral dialogue between companies and training inclusions to align vocational training with labor market demand by introducing updated qualifications for young and adults in priority sectors of the Ukrainian recovery: construction, transport and logistics, agriculture, manufacturing, etc. Modernization of vocational programs in close cooperation with business, implementation work-based and shortened training formats, updating educational standards and curricula. Promotion of the trustful vocational education in Ukraine requires building sectoral dialogues, development training for young and adults in connection with job placement, establishing independent quality assurance mechanisms, independent implementation European Union principles, strengthening engagement of vulnerable population and integrate inactive groups in the labor market in cooperation with government, educational institutions and employees, focusing on ethical employment and tailored training opportunities. Development and execution of the national employment strategy is vital for the Ukrainian recovery. It is aimed at fostering sustainable job creation and fostering self-employment, increasing official employment, supporting data-driven labor policies. The points outlined above represent a common understanding among the conference participants and are regarded as essential for Ukraine's recovery and future development. We invite partners and stakeholders to further engage in dialogue and cooperation to translate these priorities into joint action. На цьому наша конференція Skills
which allows me to adjourn the conference with big thanks to all the participants, all the panelists, speakers, donors, everyone who has been involved in the platform. I'd like to wish everyone good success on this challenging path, overcoming all the obstacles, handicaps and barriers. Glory to Ukraine.